I was 51 years old and I just wasn't feeling young anymore. Both my parents had health problems in their early 60s and both developed adult onset diabetes. My mother suffered from heart disease and obesity as well in her 60s. I chalked it up to getting old, a simple fact of my genetic fate. After years of intense research and schooling, I came to the conclusion that the American diet was killing me. Can we take control of our health? Well, I'm here to tell you that I took control of my lab results and health. This is my journey to attaining a healthy and disease-free life. Join me while I talk with experts, discuss the science, identify what foods are good and what foods are bad, and create delicious, fast, whole plant-based meals in our kitchens. So what is the whole plant-based movement? And why is it making such a big impact on people's health? It's time to get on a plane and ask the experts.
And once you can get patients to understand that they themselves created this disease by the foods that they were eating that destroyed the capacity of their endothelial cells to make nitric oxide, they are literally almost elated. I mean, I've seen patients almost with tears in their eyes, suddenly realizing that we are empowering them as the locus of control to halt and begin to reverse this disease.
Well, this requires an encyclopedia answer, but yeah, I mean, what we see basically and have for some time is that the higher the consumption of meat in different countries, we see a positive relationship with the risk of cancer, heart disease, for example. That's a crude way of the kind of observation.
According to the Global Burden of Disease Study, the largest study of risk factors for human disease in history, funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the number one cause of death in the United States is our diet. The number one cause of disability in our country is diet.
Historically, cultures that have consumed more animal products and more meat have more chronic disease, particularly what we call diseases of affluence. Those are kind of the diseases that are more common in rich countries. These are breast cancer, prostate cancer, heart disease, diabetes, weight problems.
First off, I need to make a qualifying comment. I don't use the word vegetarian or vegan, really, to describe what I'm talking about. I use whole food, plant-based diets.
So what is the difference between vegan and whole plant-based?
What are the foods that every time they pass your lips, you injure the endothelial cells? They are any drop of oil, olive oil, corn oil, soybean oil, safflower oil, sunflower oil, coconut oil, palm oil, oil in a cracker, oil in a piece of bread, oil in a salad dressing. Oil injures endothelial cells, as does anything with a mother or face. Meat, fish, chicken, fowl, turkey, eggs, and anything that is dairy, milk, cream, butter, cheese, ice cream, yogurt, and any excesses of sugary drinks, excesses of cakes, pies, cookies, agave, maple syrup, molasses, honey, and I don't like coffee with caffeine.
Things like too much salt, too much sodium, and also too much processed meats. We're talking bacon, ham, hot dogs, lunch meat, turkey slices, that kind of thing. Known to be a class 1 or category 1, group 1 carcinogen by the IARC, the official body from the World Health Organization that determines what is and is not cancer causing. We are as sure that processed meat causes cancer in human beings, and we are that plutonium causes cancer in human beings, and asbestos and cigarette smoke. Yet, so we're like, putting a carton of milk on people's and kids' lunch trays, a carton of cigarettes. I mean, it's outrageous that we continue to feed these kind of products to children, to anybody, when we know they cause cancer.
Vegetarians, about 90% of the vegetarians are still using dairy. And that really is a serious compromise of the change that they would hope to be making. Because dairy is nothing more than, in many ways, we say liquid meat. It has a lot of protein, animal protein, for example. So when we look at vegetarians in general, we got to keep in mind that most of them, by far, haven't really improved their diet that much.
Really?
Because they're still using the dairy, And oftentimes they use some fish, as you just said,
Right.
maybe eggs.
And oils.
That's right. And so, in fact, we've got some really good data now to show that as I say, the nutrient composition of a vegetarian diet is really almost not different from the meat-eating diet.
Really?
Yeah.
You would think it would be a little bit better.
Well, it is a shade better amongst some vegetarians, but not that much. And,
Yeah.
and the effect of any food on disease outcome is best estimated by the kind of nutrients that are present in the food. And so when you compare, and the biggest study I know of that's done this just came out in 2016, with the largest number of vegetarians and vegans compared with meat eaters, it turns out the fat content of the vegetarian diet, in terms of percent of calories, the fat content of vegetarian diets and vegan diets and meat eating diets is the same. It's all just about 30% fat.
You said vegan. Did you
Yes,
say?
I said vegan too. Vegetarians, vegans, which don't use dairy, even for vegans, the average fat content is just exactly even for all three diets.
Well, why would the vegan one be?
Because the vegans, what they do, they turn around and dump a lot of added oil.
The olive oil, Mediterranean.
I say added oil. By that I mean they're using fried foods. It's often using oils from corn oil or some of the other kind of oils, plus olive oil maybe, and obviously in some cases.
The more meat, the more of those types of diseases. And when you actually look at then animal experiments, you see that sometimes you can see animal protein, for example, which is a key part of meat, can actually progress heart disease, atherosclerosis, the buildup of plaque in the artery. There are other components of meat other than the protein that, saturated fat that's been linked to heart disease. So we know that more meat tends to come with more Western disease.
I think we like people to have whole grains, W-H-O-L-E, whole grains for their cereal, bread, and pasta. If the patients have anything that's overweight, I would rather they omitted flour. So the pasta, the bread, the rolls, the bagels, right. Because once you take a grain and you enrich it into flour, you got something a little bit closer to sugar. And so if they have a weight issue, we'd like them to hold off on the flour. And we want them to have all those 101 different types of legumes, beans, lentils, white potatoes, especially sweet potatoes, very nutrient dense, and all the wonderful red, yellow, and green leafy vegetables, and some fruit.
Let's see if we can put this into a different perspective in terms of grading the food that we eat. Fried animal products. Now that would be stuff like fast food, burgers, french fries, hot dogs, etc. These foods should be given the grade of an F. The next is animal products, and these would be chicken, beef, pork, turkey, lamb, eggs, and all of the dairy. We would still have to give this a grade of an F. And then there's processed junk. That would be chips, cookies, cakes, ice cream, candy, chocolates. We would give that a grade of D. The next would be oils, sodas, and coffee. And that would be olive oil, canola oil, palm, peanut, flax, vegetable coconut, and all your sodas that are sweetened. We would also give this a grade of D. And then there is plant-based junk. Soy dogs, soy powder, trail bars, veggie burgers, soy rice ice cream, veggie cheese. And we would give this a C-. And then there's plant-based processed. What do they mean by processed? They mean refined grains, white bread, oat milk, soy milk, rice milk, sorbet, no oil sauces and dressings. And we would give this the grade of B. And then, last but not least, whole plant foods. And those are grains, rice, quinoa, oats, wheat, berries, barley, root vegetables, all your greens, your kale, your collards, your chards, your legumes, all your beans. And we would give this an A+. So what do they mean by whole plant-based food? In front of me I have apple juice, applesauce, and an apple. Apple juice is mostly sugar and very processed. When consumed, our body is forced to deal with this surge of sugar in an almost state of shock. To put it simply, it's hard on our system. Applesauce is slightly better in terms of the sugar rush into our body. Now there is some fiber, but most of that fiber has been processed and has very little benefit. Then there is the apple in its whole form. When consumed, our teeth benefit from the skin in terms of cleaning. The time it takes for us to chew and swallow the apple gives ample time for our body to prepare and break down over a longer period of time. The sugar is released slowly as well, and our body has time to absorb all the nutrients much more efficiently. This is also a great example of what they mean by processing foods.
Actually, you've picked on, I use that specific example with the apple sometimes to make a point about what we're talking about, namely, and this is some research that a friend of mine did here at Cornell. These numbers I'm going to tell you about. If you, and this is what was found, if you take 100 grams of an apple, you analyze it, you find out there's 5.9 milligrams of vitamin C in that 100 grams.
Okay.
So a milligram is only one thousandth of a gram, you see. So you got the 100 grams, you see there's 5.9 milligrams of vitamin C in it, chemically speaking. That in turn gives so much biological activity. If you take the vitamin C out and you put it in a pill, and then you see how much activity there is, right?
Right.
On the other hand, if you just take the apple, that 100 grams, and eat it with all that vitamin C in it, and you test it again for vitamin C activity, it's not 5.9 milligrams, it's 1,500. 1,500. That's a huge increase over what you thought was there.
Wow.
And so, when you take the nutrient out and you put it in a pill, it's really quite misleading to even know how much is really there. Because in the apple, there's two things that make the vitamin C activity so much higher in a case like this. One is that there probably are other compounds in there acting like vitamin C contributing to this effect. The second thing is that the vitamin C in there, the 5.9 milligrams in there, is behaving in a much more efficient way in the presence of all the other stuff. So there's a huge discordance between the actual number of, or the content of some particular nutrient in there when tested alone compared to what it is when you eat the whole food.
An obvious question would be, how much does your family history play in all this?
Yeah, so let's take breast cancer, for example. Breast cancer is something that's widely known to be affected by genes. In particular, there's a genetic variation, BRCA genes, that increase risk of breast cancer dramatically. And there's kind of an aura in cancer in general that it's chance or genes plus chance. And then breast cancer in particular, I think people have the sense that it's all genes. So let's talk about that. In the U.S., women have about a 1 in 8 chance of getting breast cancer in their life. So 1 out of every 8 women will get breast cancer. Back in China, and people kind of think, oh, that's a human thing. That's just sort of natural aging. Back in China, in the mid-1970s, when they surveyed the mortality in a very comprehensive way, a comprehensive study, they found that breast cancer, they had about 80% less breast cancer than we do here in the U.S. So there's massive variation between different populations in the rates of breast cancer. And then you start looking at when people move from this location to another location, to the U.S., for example, rates of some of these diseases begin to go up. They go up and their risk becomes similar to the country to which people move to. And so clearly there's something environmental. And you can go through that exercise with cancers, you can go through that exercise with heart disease, our biggies, our big killers. And you recognize that, not many genes affect a lot of us. They give us a slightly higher risk for this or that disease. Diseases start with genes. But environment has a more major role than most people realize, and very few diseases are actually caused purely by genes.
The foods that the family's been eating over the generation causes. It
Right.
needs that one family member to break off
Right.
to get better nutrition,
Right.
to actually see that it wasn't necessarily hereditary, it was just the food patterns that we were eating
Right.
from generation to generation.
But it's not the question we have or don't have those genes, really. It's the ability of the body to control the expression of these genes. What that means is we have all our DNA right there, that's genes, and some will be selected out of that bunch to produce a good effect. And when I say genes being expressed, I'm talking about the DNA being converted into products that are protein in nature. The proteins are enzymes. They in turn control the reactions that's going on. So it's the expression of the genes that matter. Bad genes, they can remain latent. They don't do anything unless we are eating the wrong food, for example, that cause them to come up like weeds. That incidentally, in a fairly simple way, was some of my own personal analysis when I was getting involved in research. My dad, a farmer, always been outside, otherwise quite good, and wasn't eating the right food. But he had a heart attack when he was 62.
I mean, you know, bad diets travel in families. I mean, that's what people, I mean, they get their recipes from their grandma in addition to their genes. Genes can load the gun, but environment pulls the trigger. Meaning, you know, no matter what kind of, you know, bad cards we've been dealt, kind of bad genetic cards, we can kind of reshuffle the deck with diet, and we know that from migration studies, for example. So if you look at, you know, prostate cancer, breast cancer rates in Japan, for example, some of the lowest in the world. And then you look at first generation immigrants that come to Hawaii, then when they come to California, and you can see that when a Japanese man moves to California and starts eating and living like a Californian, their prostate cancer rates skyrocket. And the same thing, if you actually move to Japan, start eating and living like the Japanese, your prostate cancer rates drop like a rock.
Like, let's say, for example, cancer.
Yeah, cancer.
There could be a cancer
We
laying dormant.
Exactly.
If we eat all the wrong foods.
Exactly.
We fertilize them and enrich them and let it grow.
Right.
If we eat the right foods,
that keeps them under control. So we can have these nasty genes, if you will, that otherwise might be nasty, if you just eat the right thing. And that's the same principle for other diseases as well.
so it would be okay for me to say that genes doesn't play as big a role as we think.
No,
it's
they don't.
it's more of the nutrition
Exactly.
that causes the
Exactly.
disease. The lack of nutrition.
Yeah, it has to be the right kind of nutrition, because the right kind of nutrition upregulates, we say, that is cause expression, they upregulate the good genes and controls
Right.
or downregulate, if you will, the bad genes. That's what good nutrition does. And that whole question, incidentally, this question is a really important consideration for the public to know, because a lot of people think, oh, I'm going to get cancer or not get cancer because of my genes. No. Well, here's in my view, the sort of scientific explanation for genes versus nutrition, if you will. I mean, all biological events essentially have a genetic root. In other words, we have in all of our cells, except for red blood cells, we have in all of our cells, we have a nucleus in the cell, and in the nucleus is where the genes are. And so all of us have this genetic template, 20-some thousand genes that can work wonders in combinations and stuff to create a response. So everything starts with genes, because the genes then produce proteins that are usually enzymes that in turn then actually control the reactions that subsequently occur, the metabolism of nutrients, for example. So we all have the same, so we're working from the same DNA base.
Okay.
Extraordinarily complex. And cancer comes from those too. So cancer will come from a cluster of genes that have been corrupted, in a sense, damaged, mutated. And so everything starts from genes. And so the thought is that if we can just understand which genes we have and which ones we don't, that we'll be able to predict future disease. No, it's helpful maybe in some cases, but that's not the answer.
I realized that I had a problem. I hated the taste of vegetables. Could we change our taste buds? I was a Western diet person, and I was like, yeah, I can handle broccoli. Kale? Are you kidding? Every time I put it in my mouth, I was like, wow. So what I did was I juiced to give my taste buds time to recalibrate, and it worked. Is there any advice that you give to your patients that says, in time,
repetition, you will start to acquire a taste for something you despise. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know that there is a shortcut around it. I mean, there's not a hard and fast shortcut around that process, which is unfortunate because that's a huge barrier to people changing their diet. But you just have to trust the process, that you will end up in a better place in terms of your taste. You know, kids, for example, we all know that you can give a little kid repeated exposures to certain foods, and at some point the kid is going to start to like it more. I mean, that everybody says that. The same is true with an adult. You know, the same is true with an adult. So it's just a matter of sticking to it and keep trying new recipes that that have those foods that you want to start liking. You will find some recipes. You know, I tell people at the beginning, as you're trying to trying to change your tastes, you don't need to find a home run recipe that you love. Find something that's acceptable. Okay, the bar is low. Find something that is acceptable that you could eat again and without hating it. And you know, just try to find a few dishes like that and keep getting some exposure. Keep giving yourself these tastes, and eventually your tastes will change.
Yeah,
they absolutely will change.
And on the flip side, the next question was, how long does it take before the cheeseburger isn't hitting us on the head every Tuesday night?
I mean, so that's individual variation. You know, there's a lot of individual variability in terms of losing our taste for cheeseburgers and that type of thing. It depends on how strict you are and how much you change your diet. So research shows that, you know, in terms of fat taste, for example, fat preference, or salt preference, I mean, that can take a small number of months, 2 to 3 months or so. But the more that you indulge during that process, so if you want to lose your taste for cheeseburgers, but you have a little bit of, you know, cheeseburger taste a couple times a week, you know, even though you're eating far fewer, the frequency with which you indulge the foods, the more it hampers your taste adaptation.
It's a little bit like,
so you kind of have to be strict. It's kind of like smoking, you know. It's you gotta be strict for a while.
When I first started doing this change, I'll be honest, I did not like vegetables. Remember, I had ordered a kale salad like the first day I started, and I couldn't do it. It was terrible. So I figured, how in the world am I going to start? So I juiced, so I could start to adjust my taste buds, and it worked. So I had to adjust my taste buds. Any advice on how long it takes for us to start to acquire?
Yeah, I think everybody's different, but it probably, in some patients, it may be a week or two, and others it may be 8 or 10 weeks. The key to having somebody who's transitioning into vegetables at a significant amount would be to find some delicious sauce. When you anoint these raw vegetables with just the right texture of sauce, I mean, it can be terrific, yeah.
I hated kale. Like there's something about it. I couldn't stand it. Now I love it. I mean, I'm putting it on my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Ha!
I mean,
PB&K.
What? It's a thing?
Well, no, it is.
Well, there's a little bit of, you know, just a little bit of sweetness, and it's just like, it's perfect.
That's great.
But anyway, because what I noticed was I just had to continue to eat it every single day for a period of time, and then all of a sudden I started liking carrots. I stared liking the taste of broccoli. I started liking the. Is there some
Oh yeah,
kind
your
of
palate
thing? How long
changes.
does it take?
Absolutely, yeah, it's amazing. Much of the seminal work originally was done on low salt diets. So you take people and you give them a bowl of soup and have them salt it to taste. So how much the salt, and then you measure how much salt they added, and then you put people on a low salt diet. And when you do that, first few days, everything tastes like cardboard, right? Because our palate has been so hijacked by the processed food industry to get these hyper salty, hyper sweet, hyper oily, hyper fatty foods into our diet. But then you give them a few weeks, and you give them that same bowl of soup with the amount of salt they added before that they liked, and it's too salty. They actually prefer less salt in their soup. And the same thing happens when people switch like whole milk to skim milk. Sugar, it's even quicker. We have data that 7 days cutting out industrial sugars, table sugar, high fructose corn syrup, you can kind of reawaken your taste buds. I mean, the ripest peach in the world is going to taste sour after eating a bowl of Fruit Loops. I mean, because we just so dulled our taste buds, right? But, so people come see me, eating like a, sweet potato with a little cinnamon on top. And they're like, oh, I could never eat that. But they don't realize, and so they think I'm like living some aesthetic monk lifestyle or something. Maybe you could do it, but they don't realize, no. It actually tastes good to me. It really tastes good to me. So then you get the best of both worlds. Wait a second. It tastes good and you get to live longer. I mean, that's what plant-based eating is all about.
All right, now I think is a good time for us to get into the kitchen and start cooking. Well, maybe not with eggs, of course, but let's get started on some recipes that I've been working on. And then we'll come back to the experts as we go along. Today I'm going to be making a crispy tofu vegetable with a peanut sauce. I'm going to be making it with some broccoli, some bell pepper, a little bit of green onions, some cilantro, some extra firm tofu. But the first thing I need to do is to get started on my rice because it always takes some time. I'm going to be using some brown rice today. So I've got 1 cup of brown rice. And then I've got 2 cups of water. We'll give that a little bit of a stir. Okay. And we'll go ahead and get this going. Probably be about 45 minutes. Okay, so I've cut up the broccoli and the red peppers. I'm going to go ahead and arrange it on my baking rack once again. Okay, so I've been replacing the paper towel all along just to kind of dry out some of this tofu, but I'm going to go ahead and cut it up right now. So I like to cut it up into bite-sized pieces. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put the tofu in this bowl. All right, so I got a couple tablespoons of tamari sauce. I'm going to go ahead and just drizzle this over the tofu and then just kind of work them in. Try not to break them too much. Then I've got about 4 tablespoons of cornstarch. Go ahead and put that in there. And then we're just going to kind of lightly coat them and start arranging them on my baking rack. Okay, I'll add a little bit more. I've got another couple tablespoons of cornstarch and just keep going. So I've coated my tofu with a little bit of cornstarch, and as you can see, the white is now absorbed into the tamari. So I preheated my oven at 400 degrees, so I'm going to go ahead and put it in there for about 25 minutes. Okay, so the veggies and the tofu are in the oven. I'm going to go ahead and cut up some of the garnish. So this is my cilantro. That should be about good. We'll go ahead and put this in a bowl. And then some green onions. I'm going to use the other half of the green onions for another meal. Okay, so now it's time to make my peanut sauce, and it's really quite simple. I've got 3 tablespoons of reduced peanut butter, a couple tablespoons of tamari, but you can also use soy, whatever, 1 tablespoon of rice vinegar, a half a teaspoon of garlic powder, and 1 cup of vegetable broth. So let's go ahead and mix these all together. half a teaspoon of garlic powder, 1 tablespoon of rice vinegar, 2 tablespoons of tamari, and then of course the peanut butter. You have to be a little patient. You just got to break down that peanut butter, but eventually it starts to turn into a nice peanut sauce. Okay, so I've got it partially mixed up a little bit. We'll go ahead and transfer it into a saucepan. And we'll put this on low. Let's just keep warming it up and stirring it. Okay, so the peanut butter is starting to break down, so I'm just going to go ahead and keep stirring it with the heat. Yeah, this is coming along real nice. Now, if you're short on time, you can always use a half a cup of broth instead of a full cup, but I like to use a little bit of that heat and just reduce it down. It just has a nice rich taste to it. Alright, so I've just taken my veggies and my tofu out of the oven, and it looks nice. We got a little bit of the crispness on the tofu, so let's go ahead and put some on my plate here. Put some broccoli on there. And then some of these roasted bell peppers. Now, of course, we'll get some peanut sauce in there. A little bit of garnish on there. Can't wait to check this out. Let's get a little bit of the pepper. Some rice in there. That is so good. It's got a little bit of crunch. So good.
My friend, who was the medical advisor, to this organization at the time, and an advisor to the president of the Philippines, actually, we were playing golf one day. And he told me, he said that he and some of his colleagues had been operating on children with liver cancer, children aged 4 and under. And I thought, this is crazy. I mean, I was already getting into the cancer field too, mostly from the NIH side to some extent, or MIT side. And so I was setting up a laboratory to deal with a chemical that was found in peanuts and corn that gave rise to liver cancer.
Colin later told me that peanuts and corn are not dangerous for us to eat. These children in the Philippines were eating rotten peanuts and corn that had actually developed a fungi known as aflatoxin. But here in the States, the FDA tests these foods. But if you want to learn more about aflatoxins, you can go to cancer.gov.
So I was setting up the laboratory, trying to figure out how does this chemical cause cancer, that cause liver cancer, and then this friend is telling me they're operating on some children with liver cancer. I said to myself, this doesn't make sense. And so I kind of dismissed it until I then found this experimental paper that in the literature just came out on experimental animals from India. They were showing that when animals are fed aflatoxin to start the cancer, but then fed 2 different levels of protein to see what effect a protein might have on that, their idea was if they gave them more protein, they would be less likely to get the cancer. And they got exactly the reverse. That is, that animals given more protein got more cancer. And it was striking. It was amazing. And in that little experiment, 100% of the animals given the higher levels of protein. But come back. Both animals are exposed to the same level of carcinogen. So this is really odd. Both of them getting the carcinogen, both going to get liver cancer, but the ones getting the higher levels of protein, they got the cancer. The lower protein, no cancer. Was that like 100 and nothing? 100%, 0%. So seeing that, and then thinking about what my friend told me on the golf course, of all things, that these children. Yeah. I was thinking, and then I'm wearing 2 hats in the Philippines. One is to organize this laboratory to analyze for that chemical carcinogen, right?
Right.
And my other position was working with my senior colleague, overseeing the whole program and making sure kids got more protein.
Ironic.
I mean, so it was staring me in the face. More protein gives more cancer? This is crazy. Let me tell you something else, though, Craig, before we get to that, because that's another whole story. That's why I came to eventually asking the same question. So we found that high protein turns on to cancer, low protein doesn't. Then we did another study to see fairly early on. What happens, the cancer's starting to grow, right, like this on a high protein diet. What happens if we switch the diet to low protein? We turned it off. We put the high protein back in again, turns it on.
So
That was probably the most significant thing of all, that we could turn on and turn off cancer by simply changing the level of nutrient intake.
So you're looking at the cells
Yep.
grow,
Yep.
turning into possible or tumors or
Yeah,
whatever.
right.
Then you switch the diet,
Right.
and you can see it stay the same or reduce.
That's right. It either was progressing, still growing, in the presence of high protein, or in the presence of low protein, no, it cut it off. It reversed it. No question about that.
And when we're speaking of proteins, we're talking about animal protein.
Yes, but in that case, I wasn't distinguishing between animal and plant all that much.
You just
I was just
assumed-
using a protein.
Yeah, it was just protein.
Yeah, and it was a protein that was on the market that we could get. That's what I did, and I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to that. I just got the protein.
Okay.
But it turned out the protein we were using was casein, the main protein of cow's milk.
So in 1968, Collins sets up a lab in the Philippines to find out why the aflatoxin causes cancer in these children. But inadvertently, he finds out that it wasn't actually the aflatoxin, but the animal protein found in milk that actually turned the cancer on. Without the casein, the aflatoxin that causes cancer would have stayed dormant.
So you're using the protein that's derived from cow's milk.
Yes, right.
It's not an additive, it's just a thing.
No, it's just part of the milk.
It's just part of.
In fact, it's considered to be the valuable part of the milk.
So it's the protein, it's not the fat.
That's right, not
so
the
if
fat.
it's skim whole milk,
No.
it's the casein.
That's right.
Casein?
Casein, yeah.
Casein.
It
Okay.
represents technically 87% of the total protein in cow's milk. There's some other proteins. But in any case, casein is a big one.
Give us a basic idea of what was the study that you.
Well, I think I should give you a little background because it's a little unusual for a general surgeon to be somebody who gets passionate about nutrition. And where things started for me was in the late 1970s, early 80s, when I was chairman of our breast cancer task force at the Cleveland Clinic. I became increasingly disillusioned with the fact that for no matter how many women I was doing breast surgery, I was doing absolutely nothing for the next unsuspecting victim. So this led me to do a bit of global research, and it was really quite striking to see that there were cultures where breast cancer rates were 30 and 40 times less frequent than the United States, like Kenya. And breast cancer was very infrequently seen in rural Japan in the 1950s. But when the Japanese women would migrate to the United States, but the second and third generation, still pure Japanese American, they now had the same rate of breast cancer as their Caucasian counterpart. Now, even more compelling, perhaps, was cancer of the prostate. In the entire nation of Japan in 1958, how many autopsy-proven deaths were there from cancer of the prostate? 18 in the entire nation. Perhaps the most mind-boggling public health figure I've ever heard. But by 1978, 20 years later, they were up to 137, which still pales in comparison to the 28,000 who will die from cancer of the prostate in this country this year. Well, around this time, recognizing in this global review that there were so many cultures where cardiovascular disease was virtually non-existent, these are cultures that were thriving on whole food, plant-based nutrition. It seemed to me that there might be more bang for the buck. If I looked at cardiovascular disease, because if we could get people to start eating to save their heart, they would also markedly diminish or save themselves from the common Western cancers of breast, prostate, colon, and perhaps pancreatic. So that was the background, and after my wife and I did this ourselves for a year. We started in April of '84, and then in August of 1985, I went to our Department of Cardiology and asked if I could have about 24 patients who had significant cardiovascular disease, and I wanted to try to see if they would respond to whole food plant-based nutrition because of this information that I'd learned in this global review. And now I was not a trained psychologist, and my greatest concern would be the lack of patient compliance. I was interested in trying, therefore, the same mantra that I use for my breast cancer patients. And this was something I had learned many years ago from a wonderful West Coast surgeon by the name of Bert Dunphy. And Bert used to say that patients with cancer are not afraid to die. Patients with cancer are not afraid to suffer. But patients with cancer are afraid of being abandoned by their
Physician.
by their physician or by their family.
Yeah. Oh.
So the
family.
for the first 5 years of the study, I saw everybody every 2 weeks in my office, went over every morsel they ate. We checked their cholesterol, their blood pressure, and their weight. After the second 5 years, I got a little more courageous and stretched it out to once a month. At the end of a decade, I was able to, they were on autopilot by now, I was able to stretch it out to quarterly. And then at the end of 12 years, which made it by then the longest study, I think, of its type ever in the medical literature, 12 years, we published it.
And so the results.
Well, what was so exciting was that we suddenly began to see that these patients, and I should mention that these are patients who were sick. They had failed their first or second bypass. They had failed their first or second angioplasty. They were too sick for these procedures, or they had refused. 5 were told by their expert cardiologist they wouldn't live out the year. Those 5 all made it beyond 20 years. And it got to be pretty darn exciting to see not only could we get rid of their symptoms, but we often would see striking examples of disease reversal.
So these are people that are probably not able to exercise, it sounds like.
No, they can certainly walk. And walking is a wonderful exercise.
So nutrition, and then you advise them to do some walking, or?
Oh, sure.
And they were able to slowly but surely start doing stairs and start doing running?
Well, I'm not sure. I wasn't asking them to run. First of all, my goal was to get them to survive. Remember, there were a number that were told they wouldn't live out the year. This is by expert cardiologists. But as you begin to see them lose weight, their symptoms would begin to disappear. And then when we carefully studied them, they were reversing their disease. Pretty exciting stuff.
The men and women that participated in Dr. Esselstyn's study all had very advanced coronary disease. Now, most of them were told there wasn't much else that could be done. The patients were put on a strict plant-based oil-free diet. Within months, their cholesterol levels dropped and increased blood flow to their hearts, and lived much longer than anyone expected. If a plant-based diet can do that much for those terminal patients, what could it do for the rest of us?
Today I'm going to be making a healthy Parmesan sprinkle, for salads, pastas, or pizzas. It uses 1 cup of raw cashews, 1 teaspoon of salt, a teaspoon of garlic powder, and 4 tablespoons of nutritional yeast. Now I'm going to be using my hand processor, but you can go ahead and mince these cashews up by hand if you want. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I add is the raw cashews. Go ahead and mince them up. Okay, that's the consistency I like to see. It's kind of like granules. Okay, so the second thing I add is the nutritional yeast. We'll go ahead and put the salt in there. And the garlic powder. And that's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and mix this up. And there you go, that's pretty much it. The next thing you do is just transfer it into a jar of sort. And there you go, Parmesan cheese. Very good.
Now I can go ahead and put this in the refrigerator. It keeps for a pretty good long time. Lasagna has always been a favorite dish of mine, and when I came up with a delicious whole plant-based version of it, I was really excited. And today I'm going to be using some spinach, some zucchini, some fresh basil, some mushrooms, some chickpeas, some tofu. But first, let's get started on those noodles because they always take so much time. And then I can get started on some of the other stuff. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead with my ricotta mix. I usually start with about half a cup of fresh basil. I go with about a quarter cup of raw cashews, a teaspoon of garlic powder, a teaspoon of dried parsley, a little bit of pepper, some salt, and we'll go ahead and chop this up. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now I'll go ahead with a teaspoon and a half of Dijon mustard, a teaspoon and a half of balsamic vinegar, 1 teaspoon of tamari, half a cup of nutritional yeast, 1 can of chickpeas, then of course some lemon juice. Let's go ahead and get that going. Okay, a little bit of vegetable broth. Let's scoop it off the sides a little bit with my scraper. Mix it up again. Okay, that's looking really good. And as you can see, I've got these paper towels underneath each layer of the tofu. The whole idea of this is to draw out some of the moisture. Now, I've been replacing these throughout the whole time I've been making the lasagna. Now, as you can see, there's not much moisture left, so I think these are about good and ready to start crumbling up. And I just use my hands and I just kind of break it up into little tiny pieces, similar to like ricotta cheese. Okay, so I've crumbled up all the tofu, but I got one more chance to go ahead and towel blot it one more time, just to get that extra moisture out of the tofu. Okay, so I put my crumbled tofu in a bowl, so let's go ahead and put my basil and chickpea mix. Let's mix this up. Now you can always taste it just to see how things are going. Just a tad bit more salt, just a tad. There we go. And we'll mix this in. All right, this is mixed in pretty good. So now we're gonna go ahead and start chopping up the rest of the vegetables and start sauteing them in my frying pan. Now, as you can see, I've cut my vegetables up kind of small. I want to keep them less bulky in between each noodle. So let's go ahead and get these sauteing. Okay, so I'll go ahead and add a little bit of vegetable broth so I can start sauteing these vegetables. Okay, so these are coming along great. See, the moisture's just starting to evaporate a little bit. This is totally optional. I like to put in just a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper, but this is just for your own taste, whatever you like. These are coming along real good. Okay, I just preheated my oven at 350, so now it's time to go ahead and start assembling the lasagna. The first thing I usually like to do is to start with my marinara sauce at the bottom of the pan. Yeah, I just like to get a thin layer at the bottom. Maybe a little more. Okay, then I'll go ahead and put a layer of noodles on there. Kind of pat it down a little bit to make sure there's no air. Then I'll put my ricotta mix on there. Okay, now this is the tricky part. You want to kind of just spread it out evenly on top of the noodles like this. Okay, then I put a layer of spinach, just kind of lay them on there. There. Then I put a little bit of the vegetables in there. And just kind of distribute them evenly as best I can. Put a little bit more sauce in there. Kind of spread this around. Another layer of noodles on top of this. Make sure you get out all the air. So I've pre-cut these noodles for this particular pan. I'm going to go ahead and put some more of my ricotta mix. Another layer of spinach. A little bit more vegetables. Okay, a little bit more sauce. I've got room for one more layer. Put that on there. A little more of my ricotta mix. And I want to kind of pat it down a little bit. Then I go ahead and finish it off with a layer of sauce. So as you can see, I'm not quite all the way up to the top. I don't want to trip it over into the oven and get all messy. So it's just short of the top. So go ahead and spread this around, nice and even. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in the oven. Oh, does that smell great. So I ended up leaving it in the oven for about 35 minutes, but again, that depends on where you live. And there you have it, lasagna. Now this is one of those meals that you might want to make on a Saturday or Sunday when you have a little bit more time. Maybe you have some special guests that are coming over, but I'm sure they're going to love it. Let's go ahead and check this out. It's so good. I wanted to talk about the internet. You know, when I was researching the show, information for the show, I was amazed at all the different conflicting information out there. You could pick a subject, and there would be like this group, and then that group, and then all of a sudden you're just like, I can see this confusion. How is there anything you could say to us that could help us say the best way to get through the internet or get your information? What's your advice on that?
Oh, well, I mean, because of that conflicting information, because of the corrupting influence of commercial interest in the field of nutrition and broader in medicine, you need to stick to the science.
You have to realize there are a lot of powerful vested interests that are trying to keep you confused. You know, if you don't need to, they don't even need to make a case for their product or their type of product. They just need to keep you confused enough to say, the heck with it. I'll eat whatever I want to. Then that's a win.
Right.
And when you look online or in social media, you can find information about, for example, the ketogenic diet, low carb, high fat. There's the low carb, high fat camp that is like all meat all the time.
Yeah.
And then there's the vegan group, or the no added fat sort of plant-based group, which I'm a part of. And they could not be more opposite. And then you go on there and there's doctors on both sides. There's people citing studies. It seems, there's little numbers next to their statements, at least for the average person.
But who reads that stuff?
Right? Yeah,
Who
but
follows up?
it's hard to follow up. So it seems it's impossible to figure that out. And I think if you could have 5 PhDs and you could stand in front of that shelf at the bookstore, that nutrition bookshelf, and have no clue, what to buy or what's actually healthy. And so it's not really people's fault. We have this disaster of of a public media around nutrition. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But I think the fundamental aspect I would encourage people to do is do a little bit of extra homework to see if there's some science behind it. That can be hard to do, and I appreciate it can be very hard to do. But for example, with heart disease, there's only one diet that's been shown to reverse atherosclerosis, which has been shown to actually shrink blockages in the heart. There's only one diet and lifestyle that's been shown to do that. And so when you start looking at the second level of information behind the headlines, you see, okay, this is actually published in real journals, real scientific journals. It's not some tangential information. It's, So just pay attention to the science and who's doing the science. And
go for the science. In other words, if you're going to take your instruction and your learning from the media, right, from television, from the internet, why not do this? Go to the peer-reviewed scientific literature. See, right now there have been a plethora of books that have come out, books where the author has ever taken responsibility for research and then done the book. I've written multiple papers on this subject that have been published in the peer-reviewed literature. That has to be we have to have the bar be high enough so that it is not hyper snake oil. This is only going to sell itself on absolutely rock-solid science.
I have to say I've concerned myself, as a scientist in a sense, with that question for 30, 40 years. How can the consumer, and having been a member of these expert panels that translate science into public information,
Right.
That's our job. And so I've had to think a lot about that. A lot of us do. How do you make this palatable, the scientific information palatable to the public? And when the public is looking for information, how can they in turn discern what is reliable and what's not? I think that's really the question. And unfortunately, it's very difficult. It's really difficult. We can say things like, you can look up if you do inclined to do so, you can look up, say, where did that come from? And then you look at the paper. You might see some named authors in there. And then you can look at the bottom of the paper and you see if certain industries may have supported it. That may give you a hint. But even if there's no industry support for a particular paper, some of the authors sometimes are still prisoners of the corporate interests for whatever reason. They may, that's just their mindset. Sometimes they're not even aware of it, but these prejudices creep in there. So it's difficult for the public to really know, to be honest about it. And for me, sort of being a scientist, that's why I like to go back and see if I can't craft, a story that's just that's based as much as possible on science. Make it scientifically credible. But at the same time, one of the reasons for confusion, which is related to this, the internet has all kinds of things. You got to read it here, you read there, you got different ideas. That's a really big problem in our society.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons for that is because of the way we think about nutrition, the way we think about food. Someone can look at a food and say, oh, this is better than that because it has so much of this particular nutrient. Or, that this has more than that one, kind of thing. It's all focused on one thing, and that's what I call reductionism. And when we get into that business, and because foods have almost infinite variety of nutrients in them and other chemicals and stuff like that. Everybody, it's like going to a circus. I mean, everybody can pick out their favorite thing. Oh, this has got more of this vitamin. Well, no, that's got this. It ends up being just an absolute zoo.
Today I'm going to be making classic tomato soup. I'm going to be making it with 2 cups of vegetable broth. I've got a half a can of white beans. I've drained and rinsed those. I've got some basil, an onion, and a 28-ounce can of peeled whole tomatoes. So let's go ahead and get started on chopping up that onion. These are coming along good. Now I'll go ahead and add a 1/4 teaspoon of rosemary. I got a little bit of salt and pepper. And we'll give these a little bit of a stir. Okay, so they're starting to just scorch a little. You can always put a little bit of vegetable broth in there. Okay, those are coming along nicely. Now I'll put 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. Go ahead and stir this in. Put a little bit more vegetable broth in there. At this point I'll lower the heat a little bit. Add a little bit more broth. And we'll go ahead and turn this off. This is looking pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and transfer these into my pot. Okay. And then I am going to put 1 teaspoon of brown sugar. 1 teaspoon of brown sugar, 1 tablespoon of nutritional yeast. Got my 2 cups of vegetable broth. Go ahead and put that in there. Got my half a can of white beans. Put them in there. 28-ounce can of peeled tomatoes. Get them in there. Now get some basil. I'm going to go ahead and just cut this up just a little bit. Just a little bit there. Put some basil in there. Okay, I'm going to put a lid on this, and we're going to let this simmer for about 30 minutes. Right now I'm going to go ahead and preheat my oven at 425. Okay, so I've preheated my oven at 425. I'm going to go ahead and start cutting up this bread for the topping. Now I'll get my baking rack with my cookie sheet. Just kind of arrange them out a little bit so they can breathe. Okay, so I've arranged these out on my baking rack. I'm going to go ahead and put them in the oven for about 7 to 10 minutes. Okay, the soup's been simmering for about 30 minutes. Let's check it out. This looks really good. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and transfer it into my food processor. And I put a little tin foil over just so I can catch that hole. And just put it in there. Okay, so I put the whole thing into the food processor and it was a little too full, so I had to put some back. So let's go ahead and puree this. Okay, so I've pureed half of the batch. Let's go ahead and check it out. Remember the croutons that I made earlier? Put a couple of those in there.
And maybe some basil. This is going to be great. Let me get one of these croutons in there. That is so good. Oh my gosh, you're going to love it. You know, living in the Southwest, we have a lot of wonderful Mexican food, and it tastes delicious. But there's only one problem. It's not exactly that healthy. Mexican food uses a lot of oil, a lot of lard, and a lot of animal products. But who's to say you can't make a health-conscious Mexican dish? With this particular recipe, I'm going to be using portobello mushrooms and mango. So I start off with the portobello mushroom. The first thing I usually do is cut off that stem so I can have a flat surface to cut them up into nice slices. So the general rule is 1 mushroom per person, but as you can see, that's a lot. It all depends on actually how hungry your family really is. Now that I got my sliced up mushrooms in a resealable bag, it's time to make the marinade. Now, I usually like to start with equal parts of soy sauce, balsamic vinegar, and Worcestershire sauce. But here's the thing about Worcestershire sauce. Sometimes it's made with fish. So you might want to check your local grocery store just to make sure that they have a vegan version, which is one I found right here. So put a little bit of steak rub in there, a little bit of chili powder in there, and some cumin. Some salt and pepper. Again, the salt's always optional. There. So now I go ahead and mix this marinade all together. Open my bag and put the marinade inside. And I close up the bag and just kind of roll them around a little bit so they get to coat all the sides of the mushrooms. Now that I let that marinate for a while, let's go ahead and cut up all the rest of the vegetables. So normally when I cut up the onions, I like to save a little bit for the pico garnish. Now normally I don't use both of the bell peppers for this particular recipe, but instead I'll save some of it for another meal. So now I've cut up all my vegetables. It's time to put them in a skillet and start frying them up. Now usually what I do is I start with a little bit of vegetable broth that I've made before. Just a little bit. And then I get into my spices. Put my little bit of my steak rub in there. Sprinkle that in. Again, a little bit of cumin. A little bit of kick, put a little bit of chili powder in there, but it all depends on your tastes. Of course, a little bit of salt and pepper. And let's start frying this up. Okay, these are cooking up real nice. So the next thing I usually like to do is add a little bit of dried tomatoes. And just for a little bit of nice sweetness, a little bit of brown sugar. Just a little bit. That all depends on you. It's already starting to smell great. So now I take my mushrooms that have been marinating in the balsamic vinegar, soy sauce, and Worcestershire and add them in. Oh, these are cooking up real nice. Now the trick is you don't want to have too much liquid down on the bottom of your pan. You want the onions and the green peppers to kind of caramelize a bit. So while these are cooking, let's go ahead and start cutting up my mango and my cilantro. So you remember the onions from before? Well, I'm going to save a little bit of the cilantro for the pico. These are coming along just great. Now, as you can see, some of the liquid is starting to disappear down on the bottom, which gives it that nice caramel flavor. A little bit of that brown sugar and all those spices. It's going to be awesome. So now it's time to finish up the pico with some tomatoes. Now I got the basic elements of my pico. It's time to add a little bit of spice. So I usually use a little bit of salt, but that's optional again. A little bit of pepper, and a little bit of chili powder. And really, that's about it for pico. So I'll go ahead and put this in the refrigerator and let that start to chill a bit. So now this is coming along just great, and as you can see, a lot of liquid is now missing from the pan, which is where you want it to be. So let's go ahead and put in the mango. Let's go ahead and continue to fry this up a little bit. Now this particular mango wasn't exactly that ripe, so I'm going to go ahead and cook it for just a little bit longer. But normally, if it is a ripe mango, it doesn't need a lot of frying. So now this is pretty much ready to go and looking really good. I like to add a little bit of lime. Let's go ahead and put a little bit of lime in there. This is going to be amazing. Now, I'll just add my finishing touch, which is a little bit of cilantro. Oh, this is looking really, really nice. So as you can see, most of the moisture is now gone. The onions have caramelized just a little bit. The mango has sweetened up everything. Now it's time to put it in a tortilla. It's going to be so awesome. So the trick is, with the tortillas, you don't want to put too much in there, otherwise you can't fold them up too good. Then the next thing I like to do is serve them with a little bit of beans and my pico de gallo. This is going to be good, I can tell. So good. So if you're looking for a healthy Mexican dish, this is sure to please your family. So I've been getting some, a little bit of resistance with some of my friends adapting this lifestyle. The Mediterranean diet is just the one that they seem to be happy with. And of course I read a lot of the studies on the Mediterranean
There's what's happening to me. It seems like they're saying that you can just use a lot of olive oil. And can you explain the Mediterranean diet and why it's not quite where we need to be or whatever?
So the Mediterranean diet has been marketed heavily under this idea that, you know, a diet high in oil, and sometimes it's red wine, you know, is very healthy. And the reality of it is that the Mediterranean diet is a more plant-based diet. So there's more fruits and vegetables, there's more grains,
Yeah.
there's more, there's less processed meat, there's less red meat, and there's less liquid dairy. And those things all taken together in the overall dietary pattern, there's no doubt that Mediterranean diet is healthier. There's a lot of evidence to suggest Mediterranean diet is good for heart disease. It's good for other diseases, you know, chronic diseases. But I think that, you know, including all the added oil, in my opinion, I think is stopping the Mediterranean diet from being as powerful as good nutrition can be.
Exactly.
You know, that it's healthier in spite of all that added oil, not because of it. And you know, you have to remember, oil is not food. If you go back to 1915, just a little side note here. If you go back to the early 1900s, the very traditional Mediterranean diet in Italy with manual laborers was about 15% fat, 16% of all calories from fat. That's very low fat by today's standards. I mean, if they were using olive oil, it was small amounts. You have to realize you don't get a liter of olive oil every week without major industrialization, commercialization, and trade. And it's a very processed product. You know, it's to get that much oil. It takes somewhere between 15 to 40 olives to make a tablespoon of olive oil. You know, I'd rather you eat the olives because, you know, you make the oil, you're throwing away the protein, you're throwing away the fiber, you're throwing away minerals, you're throwing away all sorts of good stuff. So, you know, stick to whole foods rather than just food fragments.
Yeah, I've followed that question concerning the Mediterranean diet for some time. In fact, that almost was orchestrated by the industry in early 1990s. They sponsored, for example, a really very significant conference at Harvard at that time. And I was one of the keynote speakers at that conference. And I can tell you, I had lunch with the person who brought the money to get the conference going. Graduate Cornell, she was representing the olive oil industry. That was a big push.
It's
for
always
olive
some
oil
kind
industry
of,
into this country. And it was successful.
Sure.
Because once they got that going and it had the sort of the reputation is essentially of, you know, having this conference sort of back what they were doing. As I say, I was one of the keynote speakers. There was about 4 or 5 of us, and I actually at that conference. Here's my argument, based on the data. The Mediterranean countries, Italy, Greece, Crete, you know, the island of Crete, southern France, Spain. Those countries had been known for some time to have a little less breast cancer, a little less colon cancer, and a little less heart disease. That was pretty well established. Not a lot less, but it was significantly lower than, let's say, the UK, England, or United States. Those are the main countries being compared. And so we also had this impression, so the olive oil industry like to tell us, that they consume a lot more olive oil in those countries. And that's why they have lower rates of those diseases.
Yeah.
And so they made this rather superficial sort of conclusion, if you will. Oh, the reason they have less of those diseases is because they consume the olive oil. And they do consume more olive oil, but in those countries, they're consuming the fresh olive juice, I'd like to call it. It's really high in oil. And if you go back to the villages where they first were observing this phenomenon, it was mostly the raw juice and, you know, some oil prepared fresh, as it were. And so they see a bit of a decrease in these high rates of heart disease and cancer come down a bit like this. In rural China, and that's one of the reasons I was there, was because in rural China we had evidence on heart disease too. And there in China, they really were consuming low oil. In the Mediterranean countries, the oil dropped a bit. Our level of fat consumption, oil consumption is fairly high in the West. Mediterranean countries down a little bit, and that helps to apparently reduce, so they thought, these diseases. In China, heart disease rates was almost nil. And there, they're consuming much less oil. So that's the story that emerged. In reality, though, in those Mediterranean countries, they're consuming more plants.
Yeah, of course.
And in China, they're consuming more plants. So, in fact, in China, they're consuming even more plants than they might in the Mediterranean countries. But the Mediterranean countries, actually, it was the plants that they were consuming that was decreasing the heart disease rates. It wasn't the oil all that much. As I say, it may have contributed a little bit. And in fact, the scientist actually was the first to make quite a lot of news about this whole question concerning the Mediterranean diet. His name was Ansel Keys. Ansel Keys was sitting in the front row when I was lecturing. I heard Ansel Keys speak at Cornell when I was a graduate student. Later, Ansel Keys, I think he was about 95 at the time. And so I have become quite familiar with his work over the years. And he actually, from my reading of this, I didn't talk to him personally about this, but after that conference he was a little bit bothered by how the Mediterranean diet story was being distorted. And he wrote an article. And he said what he saw in the Mediterranean countries at that time was the fact they were a lot of them were tended to be close to being vegetarians. That's really what had a lot to do with the lower rates of disease.
Right.
And so the Mediterranean diet in this country, there's been more studies. There was one recently, it's a big study, well organized, published out of Spain, a number of different investigators, and they saw the same thing. When there was a group that consumed more nuts also of interest, and they consumed more olive oil. That was almost designed that way, and then they followed to see what effect it had on heart disease, for example. And sure enough, people consume the Mediterranean diet, more vegetables and stuff like that. They had what I just said before, just down a little bit. Actually, most of those disease rates, they weren't even statistically significantly lower.
Wow.
There was a couple. So the industry's had their day. It's been a field day. And so everybody in this country is talking about Mediterranean diet is really great. Well, yes, sort of, going in that direction. More fruits and vegetables and so forth like that. But that's right. This whole food plant-based diet is not the Mediterranean diet. I must tell you.
Well, I know. It's the interesting thing is the Mediterranean diet just became. Oh, that means for us we're going to get better omega 3. So we drink. We guzzle this olive oil because we're getting all this. It's just
That's that would be a bizarre thing to do.
I mean, it's saturated.
Unhealthy.
It's saturated fat, right?
No, the olive oil primarily it tends to have a little better fat composition, if you will, than let's say corn oil or other kinds of oil. A little better because it has more monounsaturated fat. Oleic acid is the name of the fat in olive oils. Olive oil is monounsaturated, and that's a little less problematic, presumably, in terms of its effect in the body. So it sounds a little bit better, but there's other evidence to show, and I think Dr. Esselstyn will tell you about that too, that the olive oil, fatty acid in the olive oil is also problematic. It's pretty serious. So he says no oil. What he means by that is no added oil, but he goes a little bit further than I do. He talks about also not using, even plant foods that are high in oil. He's not very much in favor of nuts or avocados and things like that. But
well, I mean, he's talking about heart disease. He's talking about people with heart disease, and you don't have a lot of cards to deal with right now. You're just trying to, let's be very careful about everything we eat. So he's probably just trying to say, no oils.
That's right. He is, and he got good results, and so that's his story. But in reality, the hidden message here in all of this, not very well told, especially to the public, is that the closer you get to a plant-based diet, the diseases start coming down. The closer you get to a plant-based diet, and don't add back a lot of oil. And in this country, yes, we use some olive oil to do that thing, but we use mostly corn oil and stuff like that. That's very high in omega-6 fats, which are pro-inflammatory.
Yeah.
And that is not good. So that's why I say no added oil.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But as far as eating the foods, it got some plant foods that's got more oil, fat in them, like peanuts
Mm-hmm.
and some nuts. I mean, there's some evidence that they're helpful.
Well, no, I think it's been well marketed, no question. And but I did a recent paper for a ViewMedi for the American College of Cardiology, which I was asked to join their nutrition committee 2 years ago. A little unusual for a retired general surgeon to be a part of the American College of Cardiology nutrition committee, but when in the ViewMedi that I did, there is one of my assignment was oil, and they looked up, and there were multiple peer-reviewed scientific articles clearly showing both monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats really will injure the endothelium. I mean, where has there ever been a group of patients seriously ill with cardiovascular disease where you give them a Mediterranean diet and the disease is halted or reversed? It doesn't exist. And so olive oil can't do that because it's injuring the endothelium. See, the whole thing, what we're really, I think, those of us who are involved with this, try to steer patients away from processed food. See, if you go into a grocery supermarket, and if you're going to live out of a box, a bag, or a can, you got to just so carefully read those ingredients to be sure there's not oil and sugar and too much salt. But if you go into those supermarket and grocery stores, and you go to the produce section, if you're going to buy bok choy, Swiss chard, kale, collards, hey, there's no label on it. Just like it came off the soil. This is right off the field.
Exactly.
And you're getting something there that has not been processed, and therefore it's unlikely to injure you. Yeah. Although with patients with heart disease, I'm a little stingy on anything like avocado because it's just, again, too much avocado and nuts, too much saturated fat for my patients. If they don't have heart disease, I'm not restrictive.
Well, the benefits of the Mediterranean diet are primarily because of the high vegetable consumption, vegetable and nuts, two most health-promoting components of the Mediterranean diet. It's not the wine, it's not the oil, it's the healthy whole plant foods. But note, one of those whole plant foods is low-fat, like dark green leafy vegetables, but another, nuts, that's a high-fat food. But yet, extraordinarily health promoting, may actually add years to your life to add a palmful or an ounce of nuts a day. In fact, there was a randomized controlled trial, the PREDIMED study, thousands of people randomized into multiple groups, and one group got sent a package of nuts in the mail every week for a period of years, and the other half didn't, and those that received the nuts, encouraged to eat nuts, had half the stroke rate than those that didn't. So not eating nuts may double your risk of having a stroke. So high fat, low fat, as long as we're talking about whole plant foods, not oil, that's processed. Oil's like the table sugar of the fat kingdom. Right? I mean, so you think of carbohydrates, so you take like a sugar beet, right, healthy food, you remove all the nutrition, you're left with sugar. That's the primary source of table sugar in this country, right? Same thing, you take something like a walnut, super healthy, remove all the nutrition, almost all the nutrition, you're left with walnut oil, all right? It's a little vitamin E, some fat-soluble nutrients, but all the fiber has been removed, all the healthy plant protein. And so I encourage high-fat, low-fat. The important thing is to get your nutrition from whole plant foods.
So eating the whole walnut.
Eating the whole walnut. In fact,
Not
walnuts are probably the
processing it.
healthiest nut. Yeah, absolutely.
Today I'm going to be making black bean burgers. I'm going to be using an onion, some green pepper, some garlic, and the black beans, of course. I'm going to be using a food processor today, but you can go ahead and mince up your vegetables by hand. But the first thing I like to do is to get my oven preheated at 350. So let's go ahead and get started. Now I'm only going to be using half of the onion for the bean mix. The other half I'm going to use for the garnish. As for the green pepper, I'm only going to use half of the green pepper as well. And the other half I'll just use it for another meal. I'll go ahead and put this green pepper into my food processor. Let's go ahead and slice up some of the onions for the garnish. Okay, we'll go ahead and save these for later for the garnish. Go ahead and put my half an onion, cut up my garlic cloves, halve the halves. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and add 2 baby carrots. Might as well cut these up a little bit. A teaspoon and a half of cumin. Teaspoon and a half of chili powder. Now, a teaspoon and a half of steak rub. That's usually found in the barbecuing aisles of your store. So a teaspoon and a half of steak rub. A tablespoon of Dijon mustard. A teaspoon or a tablespoon, it's all up to you, of sriracha. I like to put in just a little bit of salt. And of course, some pepper. A tablespoon of cornstarch. And we'll go ahead and give this a stir. Okay. Let's go ahead and get it off the sides. I like to use one of those rubber scrapers. It works so nice. And it's really safe for my food processor as well. Alright. Let's go ahead and give this another run. Alright, now let's go ahead and get started on our beans. So I get a bowl, and then I go ahead and put my 2 cans of drained and rinsed black beans. I go ahead and mash them with a fork. This takes a little bit of time to do. Just go ahead and just keep mashing them. Alright, so my beans are mashed up pretty good. The next thing I usually like to do is to tear up little pieces of whole wheat bread. Little tiny pieces. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and add all my vegetables and spices into the mashed beans. So now I add about a half a cup of whole wheat flour into this mix. Leave a little bit there just so I can get stirring. Then I put some of my torn up whole wheat bread slices. Maybe a little bit of water. And start giving this a stir. So as you can see, it's just a little bit wet. So I can go ahead and add a little bit more of my whole wheat flour. A little bit more of my couple slices of whole wheat bread. Keep mixing this up. So I'm going to go go ahead and add the full, this is a half a cup of flour I put in here now. Half a cup of whole wheat flour. And maybe a tablespoon of water. All right, that's looking pretty darn good, and I can tell that I can already start to mold these into balls. So I go ahead and make them into patties. Go ahead and put them on some parchment paper on a baking dish. Go ahead and grab me another one. Roll them in a ball and then start flattening them out. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and put these in the oven. Okay, these turned out great. What I did was I cooked them for about 12 minutes on one side, and then I flipped them and cooked them for another 12 minutes on the other side. And these look fantastic. So let's go ahead and give them a try. All right. Okay, go ahead and put some lettuce on there. Maybe a little bit of onion on there. Maybe a couple tomatoes. Maybe a couple pickles on there. Let me go ahead and cut this. And as you can see, that's looking pretty darn good. I can't wait to check it out. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be good. So good. And so good for you. Your family's gonna love this.
Today I'm going to be making a broccoli salad. It's sweet, it's creamy, it's crunchy. I'm going to be making it with a purple onion, some broccoli of course, some dried cranberries, maybe some raisins, some purple cabbage, and some mandarin oranges. But first, let's go ahead and get started cutting up these vegetables.
Now I always like to put in some type of fruit. Today I'm going to be using mandarin oranges. You could use apples or grapes, whatever you have in your pantry. So I'm going to go ahead and cut these up because they're just a little too big for a bite size. So I'm going to be using about a half a cup of dried cranberries. I've got some raisins in here, but whatever you have in your pantry. I've also got a couple tablespoons of dried coconut flakes. Now it's time to make the dressing. I usually start out with about a half a cup of unsweetened almond milk, a little bit of pepper, I've got a tablespoon of maple syrup. This is grade A maple syrup. I've got a teaspoon of miso. And then I've got a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar. We'll go ahead and get this stirred up. So it takes a little while to break down the miso, but eventually it begins to blend. Now the last thing I like to put in there is about a teaspoon of sugar. This is optional, but I just like a little bit of that sweetness in there. We'll go ahead and break this down a little bit. Okay, this is blending up real nice. I'm going to go ahead and put it into the salad. Just try to drizzle it all over the place. And then just start tossing it. You just want to get it so it glazes over all the vegetables. Okay, so this has been in the refrigerator for about an hour, and what that does is it allows the dressing to marinate into the vegetables, and it tastes awesome. Let's go ahead and check it out. I like to re-stir it up a little bit, mix it up. There we go. Let's go ahead and check it out. And there you go. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait. That is so good. You're going to love this one. Today I'm going to be making a simple but delicious sandwich spread. It uses a 15-ounce can of chickpeas. I've drained and rinsed those. A 1/4 cup of nutritional yeast, a 1/4 cup of raw cashews. I've got a little bit of spinach in here, and of course some lemon juice. And I've got a couple other spices, but let's go ahead and get started. You know, you can always mash up the chickpeas with the back of a fork in a bowl, but I'm going to use my food processor just to speed things up a little bit. Got my 1/4 cup of raw cashews. Got just about maybe a 1/4 cup of spinach. Process this up. Okay, we'll get it off the sides a little bit. Okay, so as you can see, it's a little bit pasty, so I want to kind of get it a little bit wetter. So I can always add just a little bit of water. Just a little bit. See how that is, and we'll give it another run here. And we'll get it off the sides again with my little rubber spatula. Okay, I'll put a little bit more water in there. So that was about, this is about a 1/4 cup. Okay, we'll go ahead and scrape it off the sides again. Okay, it's now starting to get really nice. That's about the consistency we like. So now I put in 1.5 teaspoons of apple cider vinegar. I got a teaspoon of tamari, a teaspoon of garlic powder. I like to put in about 1/2 a pickle, 1/2 a dill pickle. I got a 1/4 cup of nutritional yeast. Then I like to put in just a little pinch of dill, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. To cut up a lemon, I like some lemon juice in there. Okay. Lemon juice. There we go. And then I like to put in a little bit of sriracha. This is all up to you though, but I just like to give it just a little bit of kick. But this is totally all up to your personality. Go ahead and get it off the sides again. All right, that looks pretty good. So now it's time to go ahead and transfer it to a bowl. All right, that looks really good. So let's go ahead and make a sandwich. Okay, I've got a couple slices of whole wheat bread. I've got a couple slices of cucumber, some kale, and some tomatoes. So let's go ahead and check out this new spread we made. Okay, let's put a little bit of kale on there. Maybe a little bit of tomatoes on there. And then some cucumbers. That's a nice looking sandwich. Let's go ahead and check it out. So there you go. Very nice, very nice. I love the way the spread works with all the vegetables. It's a very, very good sandwich, and it's extremely healthy for you. You're gonna love it.
You know, when we make this change, it's difficult, and sometimes we have to buy something that has a label, you know. And you have any advice on some of the processed foods, additives, and preservatives? Is that harmful, or is it something we shouldn't worry about, or is it more of the other things in the processed foods?
You know, I think that this fear about all preservatives, for example, or you know, coloring, or you know, those types of industrial additives to food, is a little bit of a distraction, to be honest. I don't think that is the ultimate determinant of health or disease in our food. I think the qualities of food that make it healthy or unhealthy is the food itself. It's the nutrients in the food. You know, it's the protein, the carbohydrates, the fat. It's not those minute amounts of preservative in there, because it's a distraction for people to get over concerned about those things. I tell people when they're in the grocery store, basically keep it really simple. There's 2 questions I want them to ask when they're looking at that food label. You know, go through the ingredient list at the bottom and say, is this a plant or an animal? And is it a whole food, or is it a food fragment? Is it a processed food? And if you have mostly whole foods that are plants, you're good. And if you don't, you know, you put it back. And you don't forget the numbers, forget everything else, you know, keep it kind of simple, and you can kind of ignore the preservatives. I've had a number of patients, for example, who, you know, they think they're doing really, really well by getting all these sort of foods that are labeled as super natural, super organic, you know, that it has the aura of these health companies. And the second ingredient is sunflower oil. And it's a very high fat food, and you know, they're trying to lose weight, or they're trying to do XYZ, and there's no preservatives in this sort of health thing, quote unquote health package, but you know, it's not healthy nutrition.
Well, you know, our society evolved in a sense to rely on food prepared elsewhere. We don't have gardens. And so the moment we start doing that and putting it in jars and packages and so forth, you got to be concerned about preserving it. Obviously, some of those preservatives are rather important, you know, in terms of preventing oxidation and that sort of thing. So we can't generalize too much about some of those additives, because they're useful just because we're using those kind of foods, you know, for the larger population. As far as if we're using fresh foods, you know, obviously, and as much as we can, and have gardens and so forth, we don't need that stuff.
Exactly.
And so additive business is the business of preserving foods. It was for the most part, but now people put other stuff in there too. Give it some color,
Right.
you know, give the diet, or maybe also putting things in that enhance its taste in some way, like salt.
Sugars.
You know, sugars, that sort of thing. They're playing to our addictions.
Why are you eating food that needs preservatives, right? I mean, this is just to make, you know, processed foods shelf stable, to make more profit off of them. It's good for shelf life, not good for human life. I mean, the best food has no label at all, no ingredients list. We're talking about the produce aisle. Fresh fruits and vegetables, yes, they go bad, but that's because they're fresh.
Right.
And there's not a lot of money to be made, but those are the healthiest foods, the ones that don't need. So instead of, is this preservative based sodium benzoate better than, you know, the best foods don't have nor need preservatives.
One of my all-time favorite foods is pizza, and I love making it at home. So down at my local grocery store, I found some pizza dough that's already made. But as I can see that it already has some oil in it. Or I could also get those pre-packaged pizza crusts, but that has oil and it also has some dairy products in it. So, you know, pizza dough is really not that difficult to make. It just needs a cup of warm water, 2.5 cups of flour, 1 teaspoon of sugar, and a package of dry yeast. And it's really kind of fast and simple. So let's go ahead and get started on the yeast. So like I said, making pizza dough from scratch is really not that difficult as long as you pay attention to a couple details. Now I have 1 package of dry yeast, 1 teaspoon of sugar. Now the reason I put the sugar in there is because I need the yeast to have something to feed on. Now here's the important part of it. I've got a cup of warm water and I picked up one of these inexpensive thermometers. I need it to get to about 110 degrees. All right, that's 110 degrees right there. So we'll go ahead and put this into the mix. Give it a little bit of a stir. Now we're going to go ahead and let this sit for 10 minutes. Okay, so my yeast is doing its thing. I'm going to go ahead and make up my flour mix. I've got 2½ cups of all-purpose flour, 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of garlic powder, and then I like to put in 1 tablespoon of nutritional yeast. So I'm going to go ahead and mix this up. Okay, that's all mixed up pretty good. My yeast has been sitting for about 10 minutes. It's time to go ahead and add it to the flour. We'll just go ahead and stir this in. It smells good already. Okay, so this is looking really good, so I'm just going to go ahead and let this sit for about 5 minutes. Okay, I've got parchment paper on top of a cookie sheet, and then I just sprinkled a little bit of flour. This dough has been sitting for about 5 minutes, so let's go ahead and start rolling it out. I like to get a little bit of flour on top of it just to kind of mist it down a little bit. Now you can do this by hand, but I'm going to go ahead and just kind of roll it out with a rolling pin. I like to start in the middle and just kind of work my way out and just keep working it. Now I like to roll mine out kind of thin, but that's all up to you. So you can see I've got it about, maybe 1/4 inch, maybe, somewhere in there. But I like it kind of thin, but that's completely up to you. The next thing I like to do is sometimes when I cook this in the oven, I get a little bit of bubbling, and I kind of want to keep that to a minimum. So I'll just go ahead and put a couple fork marks in there. There. Now I usually like to pre-cook my crust just a little bit, so I put them in the oven at about 475 for about 5 minutes. Now pizza sauce is actually kind of simple to make. I'm going to use 1 15-ounce can of tomato sauce, 1 6-ounce can of tomato paste. I got a tablespoon of oregano, a teaspoon of paprika, and a teaspoon of garlic powder. So I'm going to go ahead and mix these together. Get my tomato paste in there. My oregano, paprika, and my onion powder. Now we'll go ahead and mix this together. And there you go. That's a very basic pizza sauce. Now you can add any kind of spices that you like. I know I've heard some people like to put in a little bit of sugar, a little bit of salt, whatever it is that you like. But this is a very basic pizza sauce. The fun part about pizza is you can put just about any kind of topping you want on it. It all depends on your personality. But today I'm going to be putting a little bit of pineapple, a little bit of basil, some spinach, some bell pepper, some mushrooms, and some onions. So let's get this chopped up and get it in this frying pan. Okay, these are coming along pretty good. Now I personally like to put just a little bit of water in there, just so they have a little bit of a sautéing to them. Okay, we'll let them cook a little bit, and let's go ahead and start chopping up some of these other toppings. Okay, so I had my pizza crust in the oven at 475 for about 10 minutes. I tend to like a little bit more of a crispier crust, but you know, it's totally up to you. But let's go ahead and start putting the toppings on. So remember the sauce that we made from earlier. We'll just go ahead and start putting that on. And I like to use the back of a spoon because it just seems to smooth it out pretty good. All right. Now we'll go ahead and add those sauteed vegetables that I made earlier. Just kind of arrange them out a little bit evenly so it's all distributed. Okay, then I'll put a little bit of my basil. A little bit of the spinach. And then a little bit of my pineapple. Again, this is totally optional. It's just about your personality, what you like. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put this back in the oven at 475. Okay, so I've just taken it out of the oven at 475 for about 20 minutes, and this looks fantastic. So let's go ahead and cut it up. And let's give it a try. Remember the Parmesan cheese that I made earlier? Let's put a little bit of that on there. It's going to be great. And I like a little bit of pepper, but that's totally up to you. Okay, let's go ahead and give it a try. That's so good. Your family's gonna love this. Today I'm gonna be making vegetable barley soup in the slow cooker. I'm gonna be using some carrots, some zucchini, some celery, some great white beans, diced tomatoes, an onion, and of course some barley. But let's first go ahead and get started on chopping up these vegetables. Okay, now it's time to put in the rest of the ingredients. I usually put in a tablespoon of ground garlic, a tablespoon of dried parsley, a tablespoon of regular sugar, a couple bay leaves, and then a tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce. Now this is a Worcestershire sauce that I found at the local store that is vegan. It has no fish in it. A little bit of salt, of course some pepper. I have a can of diced tomatoes, a can of great white northern beans, 1 cup of barley. So I've got 32 ounces of vegetable broth. And another 32 ounces of vegetable broth. And that's pretty much it. We'll go ahead and give it a stir. And we'll go ahead and put this on low for about 8 hours. Oh, this has been cooking all day, and let me tell you, it is making the house smell really nice. Let's check it out. Looking really good. Ah, that looks fantastic. Let's go ahead and check it out. Very good. I love the tomatoes in there. So good. Your family's gonna love it. Today I'm going to be making hummus from scratch. Now you're probably going to ask, why would you make hummus from scratch when you can just go to the grocery store and buy it? Well, the thing is about the hummus at the grocery store has a lot of olive oil in it, and we all know edible oils are not exactly that great for us. Now my version lasts a little bit under a week in the refrigerator, but the stuff you buy in the grocery store can last a lot longer, so that makes me think that there's probably a lot of additives and preservatives in it. Now today I'm going to be making it with a 15-ounce can of chickpeas that I've drained and rinsed. I've got a couple cloves of garlic, a little bit of lemon, and of course some vegetable broth. So let's go ahead and get started. First thing I do is put my chickpeas in my food processor and then get started on mincing up my garlic. Okay, so now I like to add all my spices. I usually like to go with a teaspoon of Dijon mustard. I like to put a half a teaspoon of tamari. It's totally optional, but I like a little bit of that tamari in there. A little bit of salt and pepper. I like to put in a little bit of flaxseed whenever I can. Put a little bit of ground flaxseed. It's like a teaspoon. Then I like to put in a tablespoon of tomato paste. This is totally optional. I just like that taste, just a little bit of that tomato, a little bit of that garlic in there. Okay, go ahead and cut up a lemon. Let's get my lemon juice in there. Okay, squeeze one half, and of course the other half. Then I've got some vegetable broth on the side ready to go, but let's put just a little bit in there to get it started. Okay, as you can see, it's a little dry, so I go ahead and put in a little bit more vegetable broth. Okay, and that's totally up to you. It's the consistency that you like. I don't like it so pasty. I like it a little bit more smooth. Let's get it off the sides. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit more broth in there. Alright, this is looking really good now. Go ahead and put this on a bowl. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and cut out my pita. So I've got one of my pizza cutters, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut this up. And there you go. This is gonna be great. I can't wait. That's why I love all those spices in there. It's so good. But it's homemade. I know what's in it. That's the fun part about it. You're gonna enjoy this.
Today I'm going to be making Mexican tomato, beans, and rice. It's going to have some garlic, some jalapeno, lime, orange, some onion, some cilantro, fire roasted tomatoes, some lettuce, and of course 3 cans of black beans. But first, let's go ahead and get started on our rice. Okay, so first let's go ahead and start mincing up the onion, the jalapeno, and the garlic. Okay, let's add a little bit of water. Okay, so I like to put a couple tablespoons of cumin, 1 tablespoon of chili powder, Okay, while this is sauteing, I want to put just a little bit of water. That buys me some time so I can get started on my sauce. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead on my butter sauce. I go with about 1/4 cup of nutritional yeast, 1/2 cup of unsweetened almond milk. I've got some salt and pepper all ready to go. We'll give this a little stir. Okay, that's looking pretty good. We'll save this for later. Had to add a little bit of water. Give me some time while I work on my dressing. Now the dressing, I used white wine vinegar, about 3 tablespoons. I got a little bit of salt and pepper, 1 tablespoon of sugar, and of course the orange. So we'll go ahead and put the vinegar in there. A little bit of sugar, some salt and pepper, and of course, the orange. All right, and that's pretty much it with the dressing. It's a nice sweet, but yet sour, kind of tangy. We'll put that aside while I continue on the rest. Okay, now let's go ahead and add our fire roasted can of tomatoes. And of course, our 3 cans of black beans. Start warming all this up. Remember, if it gets a little too dry, go ahead and put a little bit of water in. Okay, so now that that's simmering, let's go ahead and cut up a little bit of lime. Okay, and we'll cut up some cilantro.
Okay, put a little bit of cilantro in there. Save this other half for the garnish. And let's go ahead and chop up some lettuce. Let's get this mixing in. All right, that's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and check on our rice. Okay, so I've warmed up my butter sauce that I made earlier, so it's nice and warm. So I'm just going to drizzle a little bit of the butter sauce on my rice. And I'm going to go ahead and get some beans, tomatoes. A little bit of cilantro. I like a little bit of lettuce on there. And then my dressing. Give it a little bit of a stir. And put a little bit even on the lettuce. There you go. All right. Oh, this is going to be nice. Just mix a little bit of that rice and beans in there. It's going to be so good. So good. The dressing is awesome. But this is rice and beans, a little bit of tomato. It's so good.
Our daughter's in her third year of medical school, and I asked her, what's a typical, what kind of nutrition course did she take? And she said they had us do 20 hours of nutrition to become an MD. Any thoughts on that?
So several surveys have shown that about 20 hours in 4 years of medical school is average of nutrition training. So she actually is not doing badly by the super terrible metric across the system. Doctors are not trained in nutrition at all, and it's if they do get nutrition training, it's not likely related to disease. To be honest, it's mostly biochemistry. It's probably related to the Krebs cycle or protein metabolism or this type of stuff you remember for the test, and then you forget the biochemical steps and blah, blah, blah. And it's a shame because most doctors will admit that nutrition and lifestyle has a major role on most of the diseases they treat. And yet there's no training, and the reason is because it's not really considered real medicine. Even if a doctor really wants to spend time doing that, it's hard to get reimbursed for doing that type of counseling or work. So you're training, it's a trade school, right? Medical school is sort of a trade, and you're training people to do things that they can get paid for. So I mean that's an oversimplification, but what we consider to be real medicine tends to be drugs and surgery, which is unfortunate because lifestyle is really at the base of so many of our common diseases.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because we go to a doctor, let's say, and we have no one else to really ask. Is my diet causing some of these things? And I would ask those questions, even though I really knew what I was talking about, just to see. And I was really surprised at the mixed elements that they said to introduce, like fish oils and stuff like that. Triglycerides are a little high. Get some fish oil, that'll fix it.
Physicians suffer severe nutrition deficiency in education, and most doctors are just never taught about the power that healthy dietary choices can have, and so they graduate without this powerful tool in their medical toolbox. Of course, there's other kind of institutional constraints, time, reimbursement. Many doctors just simply aren't paid for educating people about making healthier choices. Of course, big pharma, the drug companies play a role in transforming medical education and practice. But most doctors just were never taught. So the average nutrition education on the order of 20 hours out of thousands of hours preclinical instruction, whereas most deaths are preventable in the United States and related to nutrition. So Obviously, nutrition is the number one thing taught in medical school, right? Obviously, it's the number one thing your doctor talks to you about at every single medical visit, right? I mean, how could there be this disconnect between the science and the practice of medicine? And mostly it's just ignorance. They never knew. But, I mean, you share with doctors how powerful, I mean, it's very frustrating to practice primary care medicine these days because most of the patients come in your office you can't help. I mean, you just kind of slow down the rate at which they kind of spiral down to death with chronic disease. But here's a tool where your patients can actually get better and kind of reignites that spark of why we all went into medicine in the first place, right? To help people. I mean, if we wanted to make money, we go stockbroker or something, right? No, but people go into medicine because they want to take care of sick people. And finally, there's something we can actually do for these patients and can really kind of, really revolutionize the practice of medicine for patients and providers alike.
Doctors don't know nutrition. I've spoken to a lot of medical schools, at least 150 or maybe close to 200 now, all over the place. And so the message I bring to them, and I'm gratified that they're taking that kind of interest, that I'm even invited to come and speak about this, because I'm quite, as I did just yesterday morning, I would say, your whole profession is focused on the wrong thing. I mean, I say, and furthermore, you're not trained, so you don't really have the knowledge to be able to judge what I'm talking about, kind of thing. I mean, it's a tough message, but I mean, I do it obviously politely, and I totally understand, because these are people just like me and everybody else. They want to, in fact, are better. They're serving the public, but they didn't know that the best solution, for health, is the one area of medical science they don't hear about. Even the nutrition that is taught, and I would argue at ASU, the nutrition that your daughter may have had is largely biochemical in nature, because they take the biochemical discussion and they call that nutritional discussion. And it's not really quite fair. It's good to have the biochemistry background, as I said before, because she'll be in a better position to be able to look at the information in a more informed way than some of her colleagues by doing that. But
well, I mean, she knows a lot about the science of how the body works, how that medication
really
works, and everything
right.
like that. She understands all that, but it's just interesting when we go out to dinner. I'm surprised at the amount of education that doctors get, and yet I talk to them about this. They look at me like.
That's right. It's part of the problem.
Today I'm going to be making barbecue bean wraps. I'm going to be making it with rainbow chard, a half a sweet onion, some bell pepper, and some pinto beans. But first, let's go ahead and get started with the sauce. Now, it took me a while to find some barbecue sauce at my local grocery store that doesn't have any oil in it. So this is 1 cup of barbecue sauce, 1 teaspoon of balsamic vinegar, 1 teaspoon of Dijon mustard, 1 tablespoon of brown sugar. Now this is optional, but I like a little bit of sweetness in there. Okay, we'll give this a bit of a stir. Okay, and now I've got 3 cans of pinto beans. I've drained and rinsed them already. Go ahead and put those in there. And we'll give this a nice gentle stir. Get this barbecue sauce all mixed around the beans. All right, that's looking pretty good. Now let's go ahead and get started on chopping up some of these vegetables. I'm only going to use half of an onion on this recipe. I'll just go ahead and save the other half for another meal. So I like to dice these up pretty small. Alright, so I'll go ahead and use the other half of the bell pepper for another meal. But let's get this onion chopped up. Then we'll go ahead and put this in with the beans. So we'll go ahead and mix this in. Now we'll go ahead and cover this and put it on low. Okay, so now it's time to go ahead and cut the chard into wrap pieces.
Okay, so now you can see that I have them in like little wrap-sized pieces. Okay, so the beans are done. I had to cook them on low with a lid, but I had to keep an eye on them and keep stirring them every so often so they didn't scorch up. Okay, so let's go ahead and make one. Let's grab a little bit of the bean mix. Wow, this is going to be good. And you just kind of wrap it like a taco and just go ahead and enjoy it. That's so good. And it's so good for you. Your family's going to love this. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I used to love mac and cheese. It was just such a nice comfort food. But unfortunately, it's just not that good for us. So I came up with a recipe that requires some carrots, some gold potatoes, some nutritional yeast, some lemon juice. But the first thing I usually do is to get the water boiling for both the noodles and the vegetables. So we'll go ahead and get started on that first. Okay, so the waters are boiling. Let's go ahead and put the vegetables into the boiling water. Then we'll go ahead and put our noodles in. So this has been about 20 minutes. And these are looking real good. You want to make sure that the carrots are cooked all the way through so they can blend real easy. So I'll go ahead and put this in my food processor. There you go. Okay, so that's about the consistency I like. Over mashed potato-y kind of consistency. So that's looking real good. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and add the rest of the ingredients. I usually go with about a half a cup of unsweetened almond milk, a half a cup of nutritional yeast, about a teaspoon of salt, half a teaspoon of garlic powder, half a teaspoon of onion powder, half a teaspoon of dry mustard, and then I have about a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar. And then I always like to, the lemon. I like the lemon in there. Go ahead, I think I used 2 lemons, so. Yeah, this is looking really good. So yeah, that's the consistency that I like. Just, it's kind of creamy. It's really nice and creamy. Look at that, that's great. I don't want it too thin, because you want to have it so it's more like a cheese. I'm gonna go ahead and pulse this just a little bit more. Okay, so the noodles are all done. Let's go ahead and get them out and drain them. See, that's why I like the sauce just a little bit thicker, because as you can see, there's going to be a little bit of moisture on these noodles. Go ahead and put these noodles in a bowl. Now that was a pound of noodles. As you can see, I still got a little bit left over, but unfortunately my dish, wherever it is, over here, is not that big, so I'm going to be just kind of going with this. So it's almost a pound of noodles. This is the extreme health version of mac and cheese. It doesn't require any cashews, and of course you understand that cashews are very high in fat. Now if you want to make this version taste a little bit more like traditional mac and cheese, then go ahead and add some more nutritional yeast and more salt. Now I've preheated my oven at 400 degrees, so I'm going to go ahead and put this in the oven once I get done. But let's go ahead and stir this up real nice. This is looking really good. Now you can go ahead and eat it just like this, or you can go ahead and put it in the oven like I'm about to do. I'm going to put it at 400 degrees for about, I don't know, 15 minutes. We'll see how it looks. I just want to get that little brownness to happen on the top of it. Go ahead and smooth this out a little bit. Okay, this has been in the oven for about 20 minutes at 400 degrees. And like I said, if you like your mac and cheese a little bit more buttery, go ahead and add more nutritional yeast. But let's go ahead and check this out. This is going to be good. So good. You know, Italian food is a favorite at my house, but sometimes it can be a little daunting trying to figure out what the pasta at the grocery store is made of. Is it made with oil? Does it have eggs in it? And what kind of flour is it they're using? But don't forget, gnocchi is a great alternative to an Italian dish and even some salads. And it's relatively easy to make, and a lot of times you can make it with the stuff that you have in your pantry, provided you have a couple potatoes. Now today I'm going to be making my gnocchi with whole wheat flour, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I want a little bit of that fiber in the meal. The only thing is with whole wheat, it does give it a little bit more of a chewy texture, and that might not be so cool with your family, but you can go ahead and use whatever flour you want. The first thing I usually like to do is to get this water boiling so I can get my potatoes cooking. Water's boiling. Let's go ahead and put these potatoes in. Now this should take about 15 minutes, give or take a few, but I mean it all depends on if it's tender or not, and I usually like to just test it with a fork just to see if it's just right. Okay, so while my potatoes are boiling, I'm going to go ahead and get my sauce started. This is a basil marinara sauce that I made a couple weeks ago. I put it in some of these glass jars, and I actually put it in the freezer as long as I have some space in the glass for it to expand. The thing I like about the glass jar, if it's frozen and I'm in a bind and I've got no time, I can always set this in some boiling water just to get that defrost process going before I go ahead and start warming it up for sauce. But you can always get these plastic commercial containers that they sell like on Amazon or something like that, and the thing that's nice about them is the lid is really secure, and as you can see they have that perforated edge and they work really nice. But the only problem is once this is frozen, I don't think I would stick this in boiling water to defrost them, because I'm not really sure what kind of chemicals come off of plastic, so I don't even go there. So the choice is yours. So let's go ahead and get my sauce warmed up a bit. My lid on and put this on low. Okay, so it's been about 15 minutes. Let's check to see how these potatoes are doing. Okay, let's check this out. So as you can see, it's still a little bit hard, so I'm going to go ahead and put these in for just a little bit longer. Okay, so the potatoes are done now. Let's go ahead and get them out of there. Now, what I usually like to use is a potato ricer. And what it does is, if you use a masher, it tends to make a different type of consistency. But as you can see, the ricer has a different, small holes. This other one has different dies. But, as you can see, this is the size that I like to do. So it's pretty simple to operate. All you do is put your potatoes down in there and then go ahead and just rice them out. Okay, let's grab another potato. A couple more maybe. There you go. And here we go, some more. Okay, so now I've got my potatoes boiled and pushed through a potato ricer. So now it's time to go ahead and put some salt in there. And then the wheat flour, or whatever flour. Now here's the thing about gnocchi. It's basically 2 parts potato to 1 part flour, but it all depends on how wet everything is, but you want to turn it into that gnocchi dough. Okay, so now I've got my dough all ready to go. It's time to start making the gnocchi. Now, as you can see, it's got that consistency that's not exactly sticky, but it's just enough where I can mold it up into a roll and start cutting it up. So the first thing I usually like to do is to just divide it up into quarters. Then I'll go ahead and make a roll. Okay, so now I've rolled it out into like a tube, so I'm going to go ahead and cut it into 1-inch pieces. Okay, so to make your gnocchi a little bit more authentic, you can always put a little bit of design with the back of your fork. And the way you do that is you just kind of press with your fingers and roll it so it gives it that perforated design. Now, you can either go ahead and freeze these for another time, and the way you do that is I would put these on a cookie dish or something like that so they can be separated, put them in the freezer, and then when they're frozen, go ahead and put them in a reclosable bag. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to eat these. So now my water is boiling, so I'm going to go ahead and scoop these up and start putting them in. Okay, they're all in there. And usually gnocchi, when it's cooked, it basically just comes to the top. Okay, so now I go ahead and add just a little bit of salt and let this cook up. Okay, all the gnocchi has risen to the top. It's time to go ahead and serve it. I like to get off all that moisture. We'll put some sauce on there. Maybe a little bit of basil. And as you can see, that looks amazing. This is going to be good. I can tell. That's so good. So if you're looking for a relatively easy meal to make, gnocchi is not that difficult and usually can be made with the stuff you have in your pantry, provided you got a couple potatoes. So good.
I still have a lot of people still on the carb thing. Can you explain to us the misconception about the wrong carbs?
Mm-hmm. There's no single greater source of confusion in nutrition right now than people's perception of carbohydrates. I can't tell you, I have diabetics, and universally they've come in horrified about carbohydrates. They've been avoiding rices, potatoes, sweet corns. And, there are healthy carbohydrates, and then there's the stuff that we eat in the U.S. So, most of the carbohydrates, something like 90% of all the grains we eat, for example, are refined grains. They're white flours. Mm-hmm. We have voluminous amounts of sugar in our added sugars in our diet. So there's no doubt about it that most of the carbohydrates in the typical American diet are highly processed, part of highly junky foods. The stuff wrapped in packages at the gas station. Okay, those are terrible. But the healthiest diet, that I think exists in the world, is actually a high carbohydrate diet, but it's the high healthy carbohydrate diet. So they're whole foods. Again, we keep coming back to this idea of using the whole food as opposed to food fragments, fragments of food. If you eat a potato, that's fine. Potatoes are healthy. They're good. Brown rice, great, fine. Sweet corn, great, fine. You know, I've had diabetic patients with very advanced severe disease go start eating rice all the time, potatoes all the time, sweet potatoes in particular, beans, sweet corn, and their need for insulin plummets. You know, their illness begins to reverse, and it's a super high carbohydrate diet. You know, fruits and vegetables are carbohydrates. They are good and healthy carbohydrates. And anybody who says to avoid, you know, all those healthy things, they just don't really understand carbohydrates, I think.
If you say carbohydrates are bad and you're talking about a can of Coca-Cola, well, of course it's bad. But if you're talking about carbohydrates in the form of blueberries, that's ridiculous. I mean, that's one of the healthiest foods out there. So you can't talk about whether carbs are good or bad, fat is good or bad. You have to talk about the source. I mean, otherwise it doesn't really make any sense.
If they just were more specific, which they almost never are, if they're more specific that they're talking about refined carbohydrates, like sugar and white flour. If they stayed with just that message, yes. I mean, carbohydrates only come from plants. So here's the hidden message in that story. When they say, let's have less carb, what they're saying is, let's not eat plants. You know, it's an attack on eating plants because all carbohydrates come from plants.
It's a dangerous generalization.
It's a beautiful story just for the industry, the livestock industry, you know, the dairy industry, and all the rest. They love that story.
You know, there's nothing like coming home from work to the smell of a home-cooked meal. Today we're going to be making a whole plant-based potato soup made with Gold potatoes. So the first thing I do is begin peeling the carrots. And I usually like to go with a sweet onion. I usually like to keep the skins on the potato. So that's 6 Gold potatoes. Now let's go ahead and add the rest of the ingredients and spices. I usually go ahead and start with the vegetable broth. Maybe a cup of unsweetened almond milk. Of course, some water. I like a little bit of garlic powder. Just a little bit of dill. Of course, bay leaf. I like a little bit of basil in there too, just a little bit of basil. And of course some pepper, some salt. Now the thing is with potato soup, it kind of needs some salt, but again, that's optional. The nutritional yeast, I usually like to go with about a half a cup, maybe a little bit more. We'll give that a stir. Well, there you go. This is looking pretty good. So we'll go ahead and put this on low for about 8 hours. You know, the really cool thing about a slow cooker is that you can cut up all your vegetables before you go to work or the night before. You know, sometimes you need to chop up vegetables or make cream sauces or puree things. So I needed to find a hand processor that was relatively easy to clean and had some power. This is a Kiko hand processor, and it was about 40 bucks on Amazon. It also comes with these other items which are really helpful. It comes with this this container that you can actually go ahead and puree things or make your sauces or something like that, and then be able to pour it back into whatever. It also comes with a chopper, which is actually kind of nice. It's pretty simple to use. It's just, you know, you just go ahead and pulse the vegetables in this container. As you can see, it's relatively easy to clean. This comes off. Be careful about the blades. They're pretty sharp. It's relatively easy to clean and get out because it doesn't have quite a bit of stuff in there like your conventional blenders. It's really fast, it's really simple, and that's the whole thing with me in the kitchen. I like things to be easy to clean, easy to put away, and get going. Okay, so this has been cooking on low for about 8 hours. Oh, this is looking really good, really good, really good. Now, you can eat it just like this, or you can make cream of potato soup, which is really relatively easy to do if you have a hand processor or a blender. Now, some people like it where it has a little bit of chunk still in there. It's looking really, really good. And as you can see, it's got a little bit of chunk still in there. And then I usually like to finish it off with just a little bit of chives. And there you have it. Cream of potato soup. Now see, the thing is about this particular recipe, it's fairly easy to just chop up a bunch of vegetables, put them in a slow cooker, and go about your day and come home to a nice, warm, comfort food ready to go. So let's go ahead and check it out.
Today I'm going to be making a breakfast. It's scrambled veggies with hash browns. I'm going to be using a quarter onion, a half a bell pepper, tomato, a little bit of kale, and some tofu. Through the whole process, I've been putting these paper towels underneath the tofu to help get some of that moisture out. But the first thing I usually like to do is to get started on my hash browns. These are just frozen hash browns that I bought in the grocery store, and I preheated the skillet, so let's go ahead and get these started because they take a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and cut up this half a bell pepper. Go ahead and put this in my other skillet. Okay, now I got a quarter onion. I'll go ahead and dice this up. Get some onion in there. Chop up my kale. And usually what I like to do is I like to get some of the seeds out of the tomato. So we'll go ahead and do that. And what I do is I just kind of take my knife, my little knife, and just kind of scoop it out. Just kind of cut it a little bit, and then just kind of pull some of those seeds out. Okay. Just get some of those seeds out, just like that. Those are looking pretty good. Okay. Go ahead and dice these up.
some of that in there. Just kind of stir these up a little bit. All right, let's check on our hash browns. I didn't use any oil, so these are looking really good. These are looking pretty good. Okay, so now it's time to go ahead and make the dry spice mix. Get myself a bowl. I go with a 1/4 teaspoon of turmeric, a 1/2 teaspoon of garlic powder, 1/2 teaspoon of chili powder, a 1/2 teaspoon of paprika, a teaspoon of nutritional yeast, and then again some salt and pepper. The salt's always optional. We'll go ahead and mix up our dry spice mix. Okay, so go ahead and move these over to one side. We'll go ahead and put those in there. On the other half, now I can put a little bit of my dry spice in there. You know, and I can always put them in the hash browns too. Okay, save this for the tofu. Okay, now it's time to get the tofu all ready to go. So now I go ahead and just crumble it up. Crumble the tofu up by hand. Now I go ahead and towel blot it some more. Try to get some of that moisture out. Towel blot it again. I mean, that's the whole idea, is to get this moisture out. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let's check on these veggies. These are coming along real nice. Yeah, these are coming along real nice. Now you can always add a little bit of water if you want to, but I kind of like to keep it dry. You know, just kind of stir fry them up a little bit. I'm not really trying to saute them. I'm just trying to heat them up pretty good. Now we'll go ahead and add our tofu. Spread it out a little bit. Now I can add some of the spices again. Okay, and we'll give this a stir. This is looking really great now. All those spices are working together. It's got a great color to it. It's nice and colorful. Well, let's go ahead and check it out. Let's get some hash browns in there. There you go. I'm sure this is going to be amazing and a very simple breakfast. Let's go ahead and check it out. Get a little bit of potato in there. Oh, this is going to be so good. Oh, man. This is so good. Nice, wonderful breakfast. Your family's going to love it.
Can we actually clean our arteries?
I read about nitric oxide as we get older not being there as much for us. Oh. You know, Dr. Esselstyn said that, you know, something like kale, chewing the kale, mixing the dish saliva, helping that nitric oxide. Can you explain to me what nitric oxide is and how does it help us?
Yeah, one of the the reason I tell everyone to eat dark green leafy vegetables every day. This is one of my daily dozen. I have kind of a daily dozen recommendations. All the things I try to encourage people to fit into their daily diet. So berries every day, the healthiest fruits, greens every day, the healthiest vegetables, a tablespoon of ground flax seeds, 1/4 teaspoon of turmeric, you know, on down the list, how much to drink, how much to exercise, etc. But why greens? Well, there's lots of reasons. I mean, but one of those is that is the most concentrated form of vegetable nitrates, and that is converted in our body into nitric oxide, which is this potent molecule that opens up our arteries. It allows our arteries to dilate, open up, And so, I mean, basically, like that's how nitroglycerin works. Actually, people take it when they have crushing chest pain, opens up their arteries. But we can eat. That's the whole beet juice phenomenon. Athletes, chugging down beet juice to get that edge in athletic performance. It's because the nitrates found in beetroot. You don't have to drink beet juice. You can actually, they've studies done on just like canned beets. 75 minutes before your 5K, and you can shave off a minute. You can hold your breath longer. You name the sport. I mean, you can improve cycling, and most critically, people who are hypertensive, brings down blood pressures. People have COPD, emphysema. It can improve lung function. But the most concentrated form is actually not beets. It's dark green leafy vegetables. So you can do the same kind of athletic performance enhancing benefits with spinach, frozen spinach. There's a study done, but it's probably the highest. It may be arugula, and then on the list, basically all dark green leafy vegetables. And what happens is the nitrates are converted by bacteria that actually live on our tongue to another molecule, which is then used by our body to create nitric oxide in our blood vessels where we want it to open up and allow blood to flow, and decreases heart disease risk by a variety of mechanisms beyond just dilation. And our body knows this, and it's so smart, it actually pumps the nitrates that we eat back into our salivary glands to bathe our tongue, so that reaction happens. So you don't actually have to. The first time you eat the kale, you don't have to mix it. You could put kale in it through a tube through your nose into your stomach and still get the benefits, because your body's not stupid and smart enough to recycle the nitrates back onto your tongue through your salivary glands, so you can get the benefits of nitrate-rich vegetables. So that's one of the reasons I encourage people to eat greens every day.
Nitric oxide keeps all those cellular elements within our bloodstream flowing smoothly like Teflon rather than Velcro. Keeps things from getting sticky. Number 2, nitric oxide is the strongest blood vessel dilator in the body. You climb stairs, the arteries to your heart, the arteries to your legs, they widen, they dilate. Nitric oxide. Number 3, nitric oxide will protect the wall of the artery from becoming thickened, stiff, or inflamed. Protects you from getting high blood pressure, hypertension. Number 4, this is the key. A safe and adequate amount of nitric oxide will protect you from ever developing blockages or plaque. So literally, everybody on the planet, whether they're in Cleveland, Detroit, or Chicago, who develops cardiovascular disease, has their disease because by now, sufficient decades in their earlier life, they have succeeded in so trashing and injuring and compromising the capacity of their endothelial cells to make nitric oxide, they don't have enough nitric oxide to protect themselves. I ask a patient, let's say, who comes with angina or they've had a heart attack, I try to imagine getting their head inside the coronary artery that has got the blockage in their heart. They would see that this blockage is an absolute cauldron of oxidative inflammation. Therefore, we need antioxidants. No, do not go down to the health food store and buy a jug of pills that says antioxidant, because it won't work and it's probably going to be harmful. Therefore, you're going to get your antioxidants from food. What food? Food that is high in what we call ORAC value, O-R-A-C. Oxygen radical absorptive capacity. So if you're having raspberries, blueberries, strawberries, and blackberries on your oat cereal in the morning, terrific. But nothing can trump the antioxidant value of green leafy vegetables.
When I first started on a whole plant-based diet, I was not really a big fan of kale. I don't know, it was a personal thing, or it just tasted bitter to me. But it wasn't until I started experimenting with different types of vinegars, some spices, and maybe some sweetness from some fruit that I actually started to enjoy the taste of it. But see, that's the thing with this diet. It takes time for you to recalibrate and readjust yourself to actually start to acquire a taste for plants. So today I'm going to be making a sweet and sour kale salad. So let's go ahead and get started on cutting up these vegetables.
Okay, so now I'm going to add some beans. I have some white beans here. I've rinsed and drained these, but you can use any type of bean that you have in your pantry. So go ahead and put those in there. Now, this is ground flaxseed. I like to put it in whenever I can. This is a great opportunity to put some ground flaxseed. This is a teaspoon. Then I'll go ahead and put my fruit and vegetables in there. Now I'll put a little bit of my tangy dressing, give it a little bit of a shake. It's gonna be good. Go ahead and toss this up a bit. We'll give this a try. So that looks fantastic. Let's give it a try. That is so good. So that's a relatively easy salad to make.
Today I'm going to be making a Spanish black bean soup. I'm going to go ahead and cook it in the slow cooker. And the thing I like about a slow cooker, if you have one like I do, you can remove the pot, you can go ahead and put all the vegetables in there, throw it in the refrigerator, and then fire it up in the morning when you go about your day. This particular recipe has a sweet potato, an onion, a red bell pepper, jalapeno, lime, garlic, and some cilantro. So let's go ahead and start with cutting up the vegetables first. I like to dice the peppers up kind of small. Now I saved the other half of the cilantro for the garnish on top. Go ahead and squeeze some lime into this. Okay, so now it's time to go ahead and add the rest of this stuff. I've got a can of fire roasted tomatoes. My 3 cans of black beans, I rinse them and, of course, drain them. Put them in there. I've got a little bit of frozen corn, about a half a cup. Okay, now I add a little bit of salt. It's optional always. 2 teaspoons of cumin. 1 teaspoon of chili powder. And then, of course, 32 ounces of vegetable broth. If you like a little bit more thick of a soup, this is good, but if you want a little more watery, you might want to add a little bit more. Stir this up. And the thing that I like about it, it's really a colorful soup. It's got the sweet potatoes, the red bell pepper, the cilantro, you know, it's in the black beans. It's just a really, really pretty looking soup. Now, you could either put this in the refrigerator and fire it up the next day, or let's go ahead and get it started. I'm going to put this on low for about 8 hours. Okay, so this has been cooking for about 8 hours on low. Let's go ahead and check it out. This looks great. Can't wait to dig into this. Put a little bit of that cilantro that we cut up earlier. And we usually like to serve it with a tortilla. Go ahead and fold that up. Now let's check it out. Oh, it smells awesome. This tastes great. I'm sure your family's gonna dig this one.
There's a lot of vegan recipes that call for nuts. Let's see what the experts say about this.
Let's say we're not in that range of heart disease. You know, plant-based diet. I like my walnuts. I like my almonds. And is there a point where you go, "Whoa, Craig, watch it"?
Yeah,
Or-
so my stance on them is that nuts are sort of maybe foods. Nuts, avocados, the other high-fat plants. And that's because a lot of people are working on weight loss. And, you know, clinically, there's something very unique about people doing a low-fat, whole food plant-based diet. You know, I'm asking them to give up their added fats. I'm asking them to give up their fatty cheeses and their fatty meats. And they still want that kind of creamy heaviness to some of their food. They've got to change their taste, but they're not there yet. And they realize that a nut is a whole food, and you can blend up a cashew into a cheese sauce. You can blend up a cashew into creamy soups. You can put walnuts and make a pesto, blah, 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 blah. You know, every other recipe now suddenly with a half a cup of nuts. Guess what? They're not going to lose weight. You know, they're not going to get the maximal health benefit. And that can be a big problem. So I think for people looking for maximal weight loss and people who have that type of goal, I say no nuts. You know, change your tastes.
Okay.
Get rid of the fatty creaminess. But there's a lot of research on the flip side. There's certainly a lot of research associating nut intake with improved health outcomes. So I think if you go through a period where you adapt your taste, you get to the healthy weight, you reach or you're at your healthy weight goal, go ahead and add nuts back in your diet. And that's my take on it. And include them in your diet. I think they can be very healthy, but do it moderately. You know, do it sparingly.
There have been a lot of things written recently about nuts, many of which have been supported by the nut companies themselves. And nuts are loaded with saturated fat. I suppose there's probably not a problem if somebody were to eat 3 walnut halves a day, okay?
Okay.
But if Dr. Esselstyn ever says that you could have 2 or 3 walnut halves, that's not what people would remember. Esselstyn said nuts are okay. Nuts are highly addicting. If I ever said that, there'll be nuts in the glove compartment. They'll be in the kitchen, the bathroom, the bedroom, the hallway, the workbench. And that's a lot of saturated fat. And I'm very competitive for my patients. I want them to do well. And how many people do you know who will eat 1 nut? But I have seen a study. It's called Predimed, done in Spain. They gave 3 different types of diets: Mediterranean diet with oil, Mediterranean diet with nuts, and then the fat diet they called low fat, which was 39, and later 37%. To qualify for the study, all the participants had to have no evidence of cardiovascular disease. At the end of 5 years, every single one of those categories, there were scores of patients who had heart attacks, strokes, and death. Higher number of strokes in the group on the low-fat diet. But in that group with the nuts. Here you start with patients, no demonstrating cardiovascular disease, and scores of them develop, while eating nuts, develop these cardiac events. So I have my reservations about wanting people to eat all that saturated fat.
I see a lot of vegan recipes that they just automatically go to coconut oils, stuff like that.
Yeah.
These coconut, like white, lardy looking things.
Yeah, bad.
It's good, bad.
Yeah, no, coconut oil is bad. So coconut oil is one of the rare plant sources of saturated fat. So most saturated fat comes from meat and dairy. But palm kernel oil, palm oil, cocoa butter, these tropical oils, and coconut oil will raise your LDL cholesterol as bad as lard, as bad as beef tallow. It's not as bad as butter, but yeah, it's bad. I mean, so it raises your LDL, your bad cholesterol, which is a primary risk factor for #1 killer of men and women. You don't want to be adding coconut oil to your daily diet.
We have this addiction to fat or oil, fat and oil.
Yeah.
We have an addiction that's been part of our system for generations almost. So vegetarians are limited because, as I say, 90% are still using dairy. That's a serious compromise. And vegans not using dairy. They, well, like vegetarians too, they just add back a lot of oil.
Today I'm going to be making creamy butternut squash mushroom risotto. I'm going to be using 1 butternut squash, 4 cloves of garlic, I've got some kale, I've got some onion here, I got 8 ounces of mushrooms. I'm going to be using 1 cup of arborio rice to 3 cups of vegetable broth. The first thing I usually like to do is to start getting the broth warm. So let's go ahead and get that started. I'm going to go ahead and put this on low. And now it's time to start cutting up the vegetables and getting them into the frying pan. There, so I've cut this up. I'm going to go ahead and save the other half of the butternut squash for another meal. Go ahead and cut up these mushrooms. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and save this kale for just a little bit later. We'll get these vegetables frying up a bit. I like to get them caramelized a little bit so they have that nice flavor. It's already starting to look really beautiful. You got the butternut squash in there, the brown of the baby bellas, a little bit of those onions in there. It's starting to smell really good. Now I always have a little bit of vegetable broth on hand, so if I need to put just a little bit of moisture in there, I can. Now I like to put in a little bit of pepper, a little bit of salt. Okay, these are coming along real nice, but every so often I add a little bit more of my vegetable broth. Now this is not the broth from the 3 cups. This is separate from the broth. It's just to keep all of this sautéing happening and not burning it. So just keep adding a little bit more of the broth. And the whole trick of it is to try to get those butternut squash kind of soft, a little bit more creamy tasting. But it all kind of depends on the size of the butternut squash, the pieces that you make. But these are still kind of not quite cooked all the way, so I want to make sure they get nice and soft. Of course, one way to check it out is to just go ahead and grab one. Yeah, it's almost there. Almost there.
So we're coming along. Now see, it's starting to dry up a little bit. You can hear it. So I'll go ahead and add just a little bit more vegetable broth. There. I can smell the garlic, the onions, those mushrooms, and the butternut squash. It's coming along real good. See, there's just a little bit of moisture in there. You can just kind of see it. It's just at the bottom of the pan. That means I'm okay. But once you start to hear it starting to scorch a little bit, go ahead and add a little bit more vegetable broth. This is looking really good. Okay, these vegetables are coming along really good. So I'm going to go ahead and push them all to one side. Get my rice in there. Let's put a little bit of the broth in there. All I want to do is just kind of get the rice to be a little bit more translucent, just kind of crisp it up a little bit. Go ahead and add a little bit more broth. I'm adding just a little bit of the broth in there just to kind of get the rice to sizzle a little bit. Okay, I'm going to put a teaspoon of thyme over everything. Then I've got a half a teaspoon of white wine vinegar. Just kind of put that all around. Just a little bit of salt in the rice, a little bit of the pepper. Get a little bit more broth. So yeah, it does take a little bit of time. Okay, these are looking real good. I usually like to go 1 cup at a time. Again, this is pretty hot broth. I go one cup at a time. Now I'm going to start mixing the vegetables all together. You know, risotto is one of those things. You just kind of have to take your time. Add a little bit of water, keep stirring it. It's a little bit of work, but you know what? It's so worth it. I can feel the rice is already starting to absorb up. See, I got a little bit of water there. See how there's water in there? So I just got to keep stirring it. Just keep stirring it. Okay, you see it's just starting to dry up a little bit, so I just got to keep stirring it just a little bit longer, but I know I'm going to put a little bit more broth in there. Okay, it's time to get another cup of broth. Add it in there. So it might feel a little bit soupy, but that's okay. That rice is going to go ahead and absorb all that broth. And is it going to taste great? Okay, it's starting to soak up again. See how it's soaking up? There's no more water in there. So then I'll go ahead and get another cup. Broth, and just reintroduce it back in again and continue stirring. I know this looks a little soupy, but you have to be patient with risotto. All right, that broth is soaked up again. I'll go ahead and put a little bit more in there. So I've actually used a little bit more broth than I normally do because I'm using a frying pan. Risotto is all about moisture, so it tells you when it's done. Now I'll go ahead and add my chopped up kale. You know, and this is totally up to you. Go ahead and stir this in. You know, somebody once asked me, how much liquid does it really take to make good risotto? You know, the rice tells you how much you need, but the basic rule of thumb is 1 cup to 3 cups of broth. But if I'm using a frying pan like I did, I ended up using
a fourth cup. So it all depends on the rice. You want to get the rice so it's nice and tender. But let's go ahead and give this a taste. Put a little bit of kale on top of there. And let's give this a try. Very good. That is awesome. It takes a little while. It is a little bit labor intensive, but you know what? It is well worth it. Can you explain why we need fiber so much?
Oh, fiber is critically important. So, and when I say fiber, I mean fiber containing foods, not fiber supplements. Now, people tend to think of fiber as just kind of intestinal regularity. And that's what we used to think, but now we realize that no, it has critical, it's critically important not just for gut health, but throughout our body. See, so fiber and what's called resistant starch, both only found in abundance in whole plant foods. These are prebiotics. This is what our good bacteria eats so that they thrive. And what do they do with that fiber? Is they produce these short-chain fatty acids like butyrate and propionate that are absorbed back in our system, circulate throughout our body, and have all sorts of beneficial effects. And so improves our immunity, may improve mental health, may improve, has these anti-cancer properties, not just in the gut, but throughout the body. And so as we learn more and more how important our gut microbiome, the kind of friendly flora in our gut is, realize, well, how do we best support our gut bacteria? It's all about fiber and resistant starch packed foods, and so that's legumes, beans, split peas, chickpeas, and lentils, whole grains, fruits and vegetables, nuts and seeds, herbs and spices, particularly real food that grows out of the ground. These are our healthiest choices, and one of the main reasons may be because they feed our good gut flora, and that's has all these kind of knock-on benefits throughout the body.
You know, red beans and rice is always a favorite at my house. And the thing I like about it is it's really kind of easy to make. It usually takes a bell pepper, a celery stalk, some garlic, of course some red beans, and some spices. But usually before I start doing all this, I get started on my rice because it takes a little bit of time to get going. Today I'm going to be going with long brown grain, and I usually start with 1 cup of the rice to 2 cups of vegetable broth. Now here's the thing, the vegetable broth with the rice tends to give it a little bit more flavor. So again, it's 1 cup rice, 2 cups broth. We'll give that a little bit of a stir. Get some of that rice down that's hanging up on the sides. And we'll go ahead and get this started. Like I said, I'm only going to use 1 bell pepper for this particular recipe, so I'll go ahead and save the other half for another meal. Let's go ahead and put some garlic in there. So now I've got all my vegetables all chopped up. I got my celery, I got my bell pepper, I got my onion all chopped up, and minced up some garlic. So let's go ahead and stir fry this up a little bit. First thing I usually do is put a little bit of vegetable broth in there. I can always add more. Usually I like to go with a couple tablespoons
of nutritional yeast, a couple tablespoons, a teaspoon of onion powder, just a pinch of pepper, a little bit of salt. You can either go with some chili powder or you can go with some sriracha. I like sriracha, so that's what we're going to go with today. This is 1 tablespoon. So we'll go ahead and stir this up a bit. Now you can always add some broth as needed, but it's just good to get these onions and everything to caramelize a little bit, work together. While that's sauteing a little bit, I'll go ahead and cut up a little bit of cilantro. So I've been sauteing the vegetables up and they're looking really, really nice. And the thing that I like to look for is just where that liquid is just disappeared. You know, the broth that we put in from earlier. You want it more of a sauce and not a watery vegetable mix. So yeah, that's looking real good. So now we'll go ahead and add the beans. We'll stir these in. I like to kind of fold them. I don't want to break up the beans too much. Okay, so this is cooking up really nice, warming everything up. Now let's go ahead and check on that rice to see how it's doing. This is smelling awesome. And you see, you just got just a little bit of liquid down at the bottom, which is okay because the starch will start to absorb some of that. Let's go check on this rice to see how it's doing. Looking pretty good. We'll go ahead and fluff this up. Looking pretty good. And I usually like to cut up a little bit of lemon in there. It's looking really good, really good. And I finish it off with some cilantro. Again, this is totally up to you, but I love the taste of cilantro. Let's get some rice. And then the beans. There you have it. That looks amazing. Let's go ahead and check it out. So again, this is a really relatively easy meal to make. It doesn't take much work. So good. There's still a lot of people that believe that, you know, dairy creates strong bones. You know, it's just like it's embedded into our brain somehow, either through school or milk, or I'm not sure. Can you please explain?
Well, it's an advertising campaign. And so it's a marketing ploy. If you look at the science, if you do, meta-analysis, milk does not appear to protect against hip fracture risk whether you're drinking as an adult or whether you're drinking as a teen. Doesn't matter, doesn't work. In fact, may actually increase fracture risk. A few years ago, Swedish researchers looked at more than 100,000 men and women followed for years and found that milk-drinking women, for example, had higher rates of total mortality, meaning they lived significantly shorter lives, more cancer, more heart disease, and more fractures. Right? More milk, more fractures.
This is the opposite.
Milk-drinking men also had higher rates of death, which may help explain why countries with the highest milk consumption also have the highest hip fracture rates. Could be other things, but I mean, bottom line, there's no protection against, osteoporotic fractures with milk consumption. There's certainly things we can do, but that's just an unfortunate marketing ploy.
If you look at the relationship between calcium intake across countries and bone fractures, for example, the more calcium, the more bone fractures in observational studies. So It's not quite the great health benefit that we understand it to be, or that we think that we've been taught. Let me put it that way. That we've been taught.
Embedded in our schools. And
Yeah.
can you please explain this misconception of the milk strong bone?
Yeah, well, that's a total fallacy. As a matter of fact, there's a Harvard study and there's an Australian study which clearly show that the patients who are taking the greater amounts of milk are more likely to have fractures of their humerus and so forth. So if you're going to talk about milk, what you really have to say that is totally truthful about it. Milk was designed as the ideal calf food. If you're going to take a calf and in 6 or 8 months grow it into a 600-pound animal, that's milk. That's what it was designed for. Cow's milk was never designed for humans. I mean, there are studies that show it accelerates cardiovascular disease. Look at the saturated fat in cheese, milk. Look what casein does from the cancer standpoint. Yeah, it's definitely a food that we don't want.
You know, when you're 54 years old, you see cuts.
That's right.
And you go, I know how long that's going to take.
Right.
And you just have it in your head. It happens, I heal 50% faster. And I don't want to preach 50%, but it
I have a word for that, by the way. I'm also aware that really happens. We see it in many different ways. I say the default position of the body at all times, the default position is to create health. Create and restore health. If, and here's a big if we eat the right food. The body can't, even when we eat the wrong food, the body struggles to heal.
Because it's fighting something else.
But now it's spent so much energy fighting this other stuff, so it's going to be slower and less efficient, et cetera. If we're given the right food, we will heal faster. I can give you a specific example of my own. Just a year ago, day before Christmas, I went out to play some handball with my grandsons.
Okay.
And I used to play it some, but they were very good. They were 21 and 22, something like that. My son, very active, very athletic, outstanding athletes. Always eating this stuff, by the way.
And you're how old are you?
83.
83. You're out playing.
No, 82 last year. Yeah. So anyhow.
82.
Yeah. So I'm out trying to play some racquetball, and I just want to get a point of them if I could, because they're really good. I'm not as quick as they are now, obviously. And I went flipping through the air and landed on my hip, broke my hip.
You did?
I did. I broke my hip, and that's bad news. Somebody my age, they say, oh, it's over now for you. That's a cause of very high mortality.
Yeah.
And you don't heal very fast.
So you broke your hip a year ago?
Yeah, it was one day before Christmas, and not even a year. So, it was going to take me supposedly 6 months to a year to recover. That's what the story was. And so I went down to the hospital, over to the hospital across the lake over there. And the doctor, he's a bone doctor. He didn't know what I know, by the way. But in any case, he did an operation, put a couple of pins. He was going to put a couple of pins in my bone, right? We came out of the operating room. I'm still, anesthetized, I guess, and he saw Karen, and he goes like that. And so he said, your husband, Karen can tell you, your husband has really strong bones for someone his age. I hadn't quite seen that kind of thing before. And so she says to him, well, do you know why that's so?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't use dairy. Which is exactly the opposite of what he tells all his other patients. I don't use dairy. He said my bones are so strong that he put another pin in it. He put 4 pins in it.
He had some good bone to work with.
He had good bone to work with, and he was amazed. I go back then for the checkup, and I don't know I've lost track of the time a little bit, but somehow the fracture that you can see on the X-ray stuff like that, it was healed in just a fraction of the time. I'm back running it again, so now I can run 4 miles a day. It's amazing.
When I was a kid, I really just did not like the taste of cauliflower. I'm not sure maybe if it was the way my mom prepared it. She either steamed it or drizzled cheese all over it. But we all know cheese isn't exactly that good for us anymore. But while I was visiting my friend Colin Campbell, his wife Karen came up with a really interesting way of making cauliflower the main dish, and it was fantastic. So I thought to myself, what if I bring in just a couple more vegetables? So I thought, let's try a gold potato and maybe some
some broccoli. Let's see how that turns out. Just get rid of that green stuff that's all over. And then I like to take my other smaller knife and just kind of cut into a circle. Just pop this out. Now that I've gotten myself a little cutout, I'm able to kind of see where I could start cutting into this cauliflower. See how it's breaking apart? It's not too hard. But the whole idea is to figure out a way to make it into a bite-sized piece. Not too small, not too big. So then I go ahead and I put them into my steamer. So I go ahead and take off some of the leaves. Take off the flour, and I'll use that for another meal. Get the tough part of the broccoli, get rid of that because it just doesn't steam up into it. It kind of gets a little bit chewy. But if you like it, hey, go for it. Put it into quarters, slice it in half lengthwise, and then again, slice it in half lengthwise, which will give me 4 pieces each cut. Now, a lot of people like to take off the skin of the potato. Me, I like the potato skin. Again, I'm just making them into bite-sized pieces. Now, I need to wash all these vegetables. So let's go ahead and wash them. So you can see I've added cauliflower, broccoli stalks, and a potato. But what if we added an onion? So now that I've cleaned and cut up the vegetables into bite-sized pieces, I'm going to go ahead and steam it for about 20 minutes until they're nice and tender. Now the sauce is actually kind of simple. It's 3 tablespoons of nutritional yeast, 3 tablespoons of miso, and some unsweetened almond milk. Now when adding the unsweetened almond milk, I usually just mix it in until it gets that consistency like a sauce. And as you can see, it's already starting to get to that consistency that's pretty good. So sometimes I like to put in just a little bit more, just so it's a little bit more liquidy, so it can get all around all of those vegetables. Now keep in mind, I'm going to be putting this in the oven, so we want to be able to have it mix in quite well. Well, there you go. There was 2 ounces. Now, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and add a little bit of lemon pepper. I like lemon pepper. Just get a couple pinches of lemon pepper, some paprika, a little bit of paprika in there, just to kind of give it that color. If you want to spice things up, I use a little bit of chili powder. It's all up to you. Some garlic powder. Remember, garlic powder is a little bit stronger because it's so fine. And then I like to put in a little bit of salt and pepper. But this is all up to you. And always, salt is always optional. But I like to put a little bit of salt in it. Now, continue to mix this up so it's a nice consistency. Let's check on our vegetables. Oh, they're looking really, really good. Now the thing is, you probably want to check to see if the potatoes are done. And just kind of make sure that they're soft. Yep, those are pretty good, ready to go. Let me get my casserole dish. You can just go ahead and, put them in.
That looks about good. If you want to put more, that's fine. But as you can see, it's looking pretty good right now. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pour this over the vegetables. Stir it up just a little bit so all of the sauce gets kind of evenly distributed around all those vegetables. Just got to be careful not to break up the potatoes or, you know, mush them up. There you go. Now, the last thing I like to do is put a little breadcrumbs on here. So now let's go ahead and put this in the oven at 350 for about 20 minutes. Well, I've just taken it out of the oven. It took a little bit longer than I thought, maybe 25 minutes at 350, but boy, this smells fabulous. Vegetables like this is just amazing. So creating a casserole as cauliflower as your main dish could prove to be an amazing taste. I love the way the miso mixes with the nutritional yeast. This is sure to please your family.
How much protein do you think we need per day then?
That's a good question. I give lectures on this because I spent my whole career working on the protein question. But the amount of protein, if we consider it in terms of percent of total calories, is the best way to do it. The amount of protein we absolutely need is somewhere around 4 or 5% of total calories. It's quite low. That's a minimum. What that means, when you do the experiments, that's the amount of protein you need to compensate for the protein lost on a daily basis. So if you consume a diet around 4 or 5%, it's minimum, experimentally. But then at the time they first did that in the early 40s, they wanted to increase it a little more to make sure everybody got enough protein, because everybody's concerned about protein. So they increased it by 2 standard deviations statistically. That brings it up to about 8 or 9% total protein from 4 or 5 up to 8 or 9. And that became what we called the recommended dietary allowance, or recommended daily allowance, the RDA.
Yeah, right.
So the RDA was born that way. That's where it came from. Starting at 4 or 5, increase up to 8 and 9. 2 standard deviations, in theory, covers 98% of the population who need protein. Okay, totally, theoretical at this point. So up around 8 and 9%. So 8 or 9% protein is the ideal level. All of that can be easily supplied by just plants.
Yeah.
But what we actually do, because of our reverence for this protein thing, and we usually mean animal protein, because that's what most people think, we start eating animal food to justify it on the grounds that, oh, I need this protein. Been that way for, 150 years. I need this protein, so we eat meat, get the protein, and then all of a sudden a higher and higher percentage of our total protein consumed is animal-based. And the average in this country is about 70 to 75% of our total protein is coming from It's coming from animal foods. That's where, once you start putting in animal food in the diet, and things are going to hell in a handbasket. The protein is getting up there, and higher percentage is animal protein. And animal protein, unlike plant protein, has a higher degree of efficiency of utilization. So it can cause more damage. Plant proteins don't do that.
Yeah, I think increasingly there is data to suggest that when you increase protein, you do create some medical disasters. I mean, if you want red meat, then you're going to promote cancer.
We focus a lot on protein. We have for, hundreds of years since it was discovered, but I think we overdo it in this country. There's a lot of emphasis on protein for appetite control, weight loss, muscle gain, muscle building. Just about everything. If you want to manipulate your body, protein seems to be at the first part of the recommendation. It's always eat more, and it's a real shame because we already eat way more than the sort of recommended amount what we need to grow and maintain our body in this country, and most of it's from animal-based foods. The majority of the protein we eat is animal-based protein, meat, dairy, and eggs. There's evidence that can promote high cholesterol, atherosclerosis, and heart disease. There's animal experiments showing that that type of protein can actually affect cancer promotion and increase cancer promotion. These are the big diseases that we struggle with, right? So, and then you also mentioned kidneys. There's over 100 years of data showing that a high protein diet, particularly when kidneys are already damaged, if you have an already damaged kidney and it's not functioning at full capacity, I think eating a very high protein diet is about the worst thing you probably can do. And you know, some degree of chronic kidney disease is actually pretty common in our country. So you know, especially at older ages. So I think we're way overdoing protein, and it's a shame that it's used so frequently.
So it's pretty safe to say that we could get the protein that we need from a whole plant-based diet.
Absolutely, we can get all the protein we need from whole natural plant foods. You know, tomatoes have protein, oats have protein. People think that it has to be tofu and beans, and you've got to eat tofu and beans at every meal. But that's not true. Just eat whole foods. You know, the only things we eat in abundance in America that have no protein are added sugars and oils, fats and oils, because those things have been processed. They're fragments of food where you take the original food, you throw away the protein, and then you eat the sugar or the oil. And those, we eat a lot of sugar and oil. But otherwise, if you eat a whole food, I mean, all these plants that are growing around you, they need proteins to function. So, you know, you're going to get enough protein.
A friend of mine recently started a whole plant-based diet. And I asked her, I said, what kind of breakfast do you normally have? And she said, oatmeal. And I said, great, what kind of oatmeal do you have? And she said, you know, the stuff from a pouch, and you just, you know, put it in the microwave with some water. Well, old-fashioned oatmeal is really not that difficult to make. But here's the difference between the two. As you can see, one is really processed, it's been ground up, and there's really not a lot of fiber left. Of course, it's much better than scrambled eggs, butter, bacon, sausage, whatever. But old-fashioned oatmeal is not that difficult to make, but so much more benefits from it. And not only is it good for your digestive system, it's good for your entire body. So today, I want to go over some of the easy ways and fun things you can do with oatmeal for breakfast. Okay, so let's get started making the oatmeal. I usually go with about 1.25 cups of water. I'm making it for one. And then to about 1/2 cup of old-fashioned oatmeal. Turn it up. Now here's the thing. I've got a bunch of stuff here for you to kind of consider. It's all up to you and your personality. These are just ideas. But I usually like some cut up bananas, some apples, some strawberries, and then if it's in the winter months, maybe some canned pineapples, maybe some canned peaches, or maybe some canned mandarin oranges, but it's all up to you. And in the pantry, you can also have maybe some dried cranberries, some raisins, maybe some coconut. I got some blueberries here. And I always like to put in a little bit of flaxseed. That's always good. Walnuts once in a while, but sometimes I like to sweeten it up a little bit, and this is totally up to you. If I do use maple syrup, I like to use the grade A syrup, not the fructose stuff, the bad stuff, or maybe just a little bit of brown sugar. The thing is about dates is you can't just throw them in there. You got to cut them up and mince them up into little pieces. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead and put those in. And the thing about dates, it's a natural way to sweeten up your oatmeal. And also, dates are really good for you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and cut up some strawberries. Okay, put some bananas in there. Some apples, maybe some blueberries in there. Not much, but I like a little bit of coconut in there. Just a couple chopped walnuts. Get my flax seed in there.
maybe some raisins. I like raisins. Just a little bit of maple syrup. And that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and check this out. There you go. So it's relatively easy to do. It's just about the time that it takes you to cut up some fruit, maybe grab some stuff from the pantry, but this is so much better for you than that instant stuff. And it's so good. Today I'm going to be making creamy penne with sun-dried tomatoes. I'm going to be using some basil, some garlic, some sun-dried tomatoes, a little bit of lemon juice, some raw cashews, some unsweetened almond milk. And as you can see, I always try to use some type of whole wheat pasta. It's very important for us to have some type of fiber every single day. You can go ahead and use a knife to mince everything up, but I'm going to go ahead and use a food processor just to speed things up. First thing I usually like to put in there is about a 1/4 cup of raw cashews. I've got 5 fresh leaves of basil. I've got a 1/2 cup of nutritional yeast. I've got about 4 cloves of garlic. I've halved them. 1 teaspoon of dried mustard. A 1/2 teaspoon of dried onion. A little bit of salt. And of course, some pepper. And then we'll go ahead and give this a pulse. Okay, that's about the consistency I like. It's a little bit like a Parmesan cheese kind of mixture. Now it's time to go ahead and put in the wet ingredients. Some lemon juice. Now here I've got a tablespoon of red wine vinegar. Tablespoon. I've got my full cup of unsweetened almond milk. And then I've got on standby some whole wheat flour. Now let's go ahead and pulse this up. All right. Okay, so as you can see, it's sort of thin, so I'm going to go ahead and add some of the whole wheat flour. So this is about a 1/4 cup. Got a little bit left there, just to kind of see how things go. Give it a pulse. Let's go ahead and check this out. Okay, it's still a little bit thin, so I'm going to go ahead and put the whole 1/4 cup of whole wheat flour. Now it's time to put in the sun-dried tomatoes. These are not the jar can that has the oil in it. These are the packages that usually are found in your produce section of your local grocery store. So I'm going to go ahead and put these in. Okay, that's looking pretty creamy, so I'm going to go ahead and add it to a small pot that I have. You can always microwave this if you want, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. Okay, so my noodles are about done. Let's go ahead and get them drained. Go ahead and put these in the bowl. Let's go ahead and add my sauce. Let's go ahead and stir this up. Now you can always add a little bit of hot water to this if it gets a little too thick. I usually like to just grab some of the water from the pasta and just kind of reintroduce it back in there until I get that consistency that my family likes. But this is looking really, really good. So let's go ahead and give it a try. That is so good. So it's relatively easy to make, and I'm sure your family is going to enjoy it. So good. If we're eliminating, the milk, what's the best way to get the vitamin D then?
Sunshine. Just get outdoors, and even, you're going to get considerable radiation even if it's a bit cloudy, at times. And I mean, just being outdoors and having the experience of the sunshine will, in most cases, present you with enough vitamin D. And actually, it shouldn't even be called a vitamin. Vitamin D is not a vitamin. It's a hormone. Vitamins, by classical definition, are those things we have to consume because we can't make them. In the case of vitamin D, we can make it. All it needs to do is shine the sunshine on some precursor compounds in our skin, and it converts it over to vitamin D.
And so the supercharged.
Yeah, the supercharged is the metabolite, exactly. You can form it in your skin, it goes to the liver. That form is called the 25-hydroxy vitamin D. It's a storage form. So we store it. We store it in our liver largely. And then when the body wants some vitamin D activity, it actually pulls out some of that and converts it to a product that was our word, called supercharged vitamin D. Yeah, I'm not sure anyone else used that, but chemically, it's the 25-hydroxy is converted into a dihydroxy form, oftentimes in the kidney and elsewhere. And it's that form that's like 1,000 times more potent than the storage form. And so the body is working with a system, it's converting some of that to something that's far more potent. And that has to be metered, monitored. And the body does a beautiful job of doing that. It decides on how much to take this and how much to make here. And the amount it makes here is what the body decides needs to be made for that purpose.
There are some northern climates, like where I am in Rochester, New York, where a vitamin D supplement in the wintertime when I'm hardly getting outside, and even if I did with our latitude where I'm not going to make much vitamin D, a vitamin D supplement I think is a good idea, a small one, 1,000 units. But generally, vitamin D is a sunshine thing. It's not really a food thing.
So I read this really interesting thing about the 1990s in China had an extremely dramatic shift in their diet. And there was also an increase in, in diabetes and in this region. So, and I attribute it to, I think, the change in their Western introduction of foods. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, if you ask a lot of people, you tell them, okay, diabetes is now rampant in China. What do you think that's due to? A lot of people will say, so the white rice. You heard that. But if you look...
1,000 years, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Right. If you look back through the past 50 years, China has had this remarkable economic transition very fast and very comprehensive. And what happened in the late 1980s was the fast food started coming in. In the 1990s, it was some of the supermarkets and convenience kind of businesses. And what you see is that the diet of China changed rapidly and dramatically from about 1970s, 1980, all the way up to 2010, probably still changing. And researchers have found that the dietary transition was characterized by basically three big shifts. One was the introduction of cheap edible oils. So they started having oil available cheaply and using it. So much higher fat intake. The other was the increase in meat consumption. So poultry, pork, for example. And the other, of course, when you're increasing those things, you have less beans and less whole grains and some of the less of the good stuff. So it's a typical transition that's happened around the world from a traditional diet full of carbohydrates, healthy carbohydrates, to a poor Western diet. And just about every 10 years, from 1990 to 2000 to 2010, diabetes rates doubled. in China. They actually now have as much diabetes as we have in this country, as 500 million people, or whatever the 50% of the population is. In China, it has pre-diabetes or diabetes. It's a disaster. It's absolutely a disaster for China. And it's very clear what led to it. It wasn't the white rice. Not that I'm a fan of white rice. The white rice probably made the oil a little worse and the meat a little worse. But clearly the thing that changed was increase in edible oils and increased meat consumption.
As we eat the Western diet and we accumulate, especially in our muscle cells, we accumulate fat. See, ordinarily, the way the glucose metabolism works is your body's insulin will escort the glucose into the muscle cell, turns the key, insulin turns the key, in comes the glucose into the muscle cell where it will be metabolized. But when you're eating the Western diet, increasingly you increase fat in your muscle cell. The fat is like glue in the lock. So the insulin puts the key in and it can't turn the lock. So now the glucose accumulates in the bloodstream, and there's your diabetes. But what happens with these patients, what is so remarkable, time after time after time, we see these patients with heart disease who are diabetic. And as they start eating whole food, plant-based nutrition, they metabolize the fat out of their muscle cell. And suddenly now, insulin can once again turn the key in the lock to escort the glucose into the muscle cell to be metabolized.
Today I'm going to be making crusted eggplant meatballs over spaghetti. I'm going to be making it with some basil, some garlic, some sun-dried tomatoes. I've got 1 can of chickpeas. I've drained and rinsed those. I got my eggplant, of course, 28 ounces of marinara sauce, and 16 ounces of whole wheat pasta. But the first thing I usually like to do is to get this water boiling so I can get started on my noodles. So as you can see, I like to cut the eggplant into 1/4 inch pieces. Okay, I've got a little bit of vegetable broth. I'll go ahead and put that in there. Start sauteing these up. Okay, I like to put a little bit of salt and pepper in there. Now let's check on this water. Okay, looks like it's boiling. I'll go ahead and put my noodles in. Also going to cut up my basil a little bit. I'm going to cut up my sun-dried tomatoes a little bit. Okay, we'll save these for a little bit later. Alright, these are coming along real nice. So they're starting to dry up a little bit, so I'm going to go ahead and put just a little bit more of my vegetable broth in there. And just keep sauteing them. Okay, so my eggplant and garlic is sauteing up real nice. I'm going to go ahead and make my coating mix. I go with 1/4 cup of raw cashews, 1/2 cup of panko breading, 1/4 cup of rolled oats. I got a teaspoon of salt, and the salt is, again, always optional. 2 tablespoons of nutritional yeast. I'm going to go ahead and use my food processor today, so let's go ahead and get this mixed up. My rolled oats, my panko, my raw cashews, and some salt. So that's my coating mix. Okay, so I just preheated my oven at 375. It's time to make the meatball mix. I've got my 1 can of drained and rinsed chickpeas. I've got my sun-dried tomatoes. These are not the ones that you get in the jar with the olive oil. These are in the package, the plastic package that you find in your produce department. So I've got some sun-dried tomatoes. I don't know, it's probably about 3 tablespoons. Then I've got my basil. And we're going to go ahead and pulse this up a bit. Go ahead and get it off the sides. And now I've got a 1/2 cup of vegetable broth. We'll go ahead and put that in there. Mix this up. All right, that's looking pretty good. So I've got a teaspoon of oregano. I'll put that in there. 1 teaspoon oregano. 1 teaspoon of parsley. We'll go ahead and mix this up. Let's get it off the sides. So as you can see, it's kind of a pasty mix. Don't want to get it too wet. And I'll put my nutritional yeast in there. You know, this is optional, but I like to put just a little bit of salt in there. A little bit of pepper. Just kind of mix this up a little bit. Now it's time to add the eggplant that's been sauteing with the garlic. All right, start mixing this all together. Now, as you can see, it's still kind of loose. See how it's just a little bit loose? It's not really ready to make a meatball. That's when I have on hand about a 1/2 cup of Italian breadcrumbs, and I just kind of mix it in there a little bit, just to kind of get that right consistency, so I can start rolling it up into a ball. I'm gonna go ahead and add the rest of the breadcrumbs. So that right there is a 1/2 cup of Italian breadcrumbs. Okay, so now it's time to go ahead and make the meatballs. I've lined a cookie sheet with some parchment paper. I've got my coating mix all ready to go, so it's like an assembly line. Now here's the thing about meatballs. It all depends on your family, your personality, what size meatball. My family tends to like them a little bit smaller. It takes a little bit longer, but it is well worth it. So let's go ahead and start making some meatballs. So it's basically just like normal meatballs. Just go ahead and roll them in a ball. And then I just like to roll them in my coating mix. And just go ahead and start putting them on the cookie sheet. Okay, so my meatballs are all done. I'm going to go ahead and put them in the oven at 375 for about 30 minutes. Okay, so my meatballs are in the oven, so now I'm going to go ahead and start warming up my marinara sauce. Oh, these meatballs turned out fantastic. I just can't wait to taste them. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a little bit of pasta. Let's put some sauce on there. Give me a couple meatballs. A little bit of sauce on top of the meatballs. This is going to be good, I can just tell. Let's go ahead and cut one. Oh, they look fantastic. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of the spaghetti in there. That is so good. Oh. Fabulous meal. Today I'm going to be making an Asian-inspired dish. It's Mandarin orange cauliflower over a bed of rice. It's a little bit like sweet and sour chicken, except it's whole plant-based. I'll be using a head of cauliflower, an onion of course, some green onions, some garlic, 2 cups of tomato sauce, and a can of Mandarin oranges. I usually use the 11 ounce, which is the smaller can, not the real tall one. But before I begin, I usually get started on my rice because it always takes so much time to do. So today I'm going to be doing a long grain brown. 1 cup of rice to 2 cups of water. Go ahead and give this a little bit of a stir. And this usually takes about an hour, so I'll go ahead and get this started. Okay, so the rice is cooking. Now it's time to cut up the cauliflower into bite-sized pieces. I'm going to go ahead and coat these with unsweetened almond milk and then coat them again in some breadcrumbs and some spices. And just go ahead and put the cauliflower in the bag. Okay, so I've got the cauliflower in the reclosable bag. I'm going to go ahead and put some unsweetened almond milk in the bag. And all this is going to do is just to coat all the cauliflower so it just has a little bit of moisture for the breadcrumbs to coat to. Just got to make sure it's nice and closed. Just keep working in that unsweetened almond milk so the cauliflower is now coated. Okay, that's good and coated. So now I'm going to go ahead and get my second reclosable bag and put my breadcrumbs in. But first, let's put a little bit of pepper and some salt. Again, that's optional. Give this a shake around. There we go. So now I got some spices in the breadcrumbs. Go ahead and put that into the closable bag. And then I'm going to take my cauliflower and start coating it. Now as you can see, there's really not much unsweetened almond milk left. I think I used maybe, I think these are a 1/2 cup. So I'll just go ahead and transfer that in. Okay. Get rid of that bag. And again, make sure it's closed, and then just begin coating all the cauliflower. And the breadcrumbs are going to go ahead and stick now to the unsweetened almond milk. So what I have here is a baking rack. It's similar to a cooling rack, you know, like for cookies, except this can go in the oven. The reason why I like this is because it has a little bit of like a dry fryer. The air can ventilate around the vegetable and make it crispy on all sides instead of just sitting them on a baking dish like this. So before I go ahead and start arranging them, I like to put a little bit of tin foil so I don't have to clean up all the mess. Okay. So now the air can circulate around all the vegetables. So now I'm just going to go ahead and arrange all the vegetables on this baking rack. So there you have it. Now I have my vegetables laid out on this baking rack, and you can see how the air will be able to ventilate around it, which will give it a crispier edge around the entire surface of the vegetable itself. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this in the oven at about 400 for about 20 minutes. Okay, so now it's time to make the sauce. So I'm going to go ahead and start mincing up the garlic. We'll go ahead and put these in the pan. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and add just a little bit of water to the garlic. It's smelling really good already. You can always add a little bit more water. Okay, that's just starting to get a little bit translucent, so I'm going to go ahead and start cutting up my onion. Now I like to put just a little bit of pepper in there. and a little bit of salt. Again, that's optional. The garlic is just starting to caramelize a little bit. Don't forget, you can always add a little more water. Alright, so I got a little bit of water in there, you can see in the bottom, just so it doesn't burn things a little bit. But I've caramelized the onions, I've caramelized the garlic a little bit. Now it's time to go ahead and start cutting up the green onion. I usually break up the green onion into two parts. Half of it goes into the sauce, and the other half, the green part, actually goes as a garnish on top of the main dish. So let's go ahead and start cutting this up. There. Now we'll save that for the garnish on top. Let's go ahead and check on the onions and make sure the water's not disappearing. And as you can see, it's just starting to disappear a little bit. So again, I just add a little bit more water as I go. And continue to stir them up. They're getting nice and yellow, so that means they're caramelizing up pretty good. So now it's time to go ahead and cut up the rest of the green onions. And we'll go ahead and put these into this mix right here. We'll go ahead and give this a stir in. So I keep checking the water to see if it's still there. It's got a little bit of moisture in there, so I'm good to go, but I can always add a little bit more as I go. There, that's looking really good. So now I go ahead and just start throwing in the rest of the stuff. I usually like to go with a couple tablespoons of brown sugar. Just put a little bit more water in there. Then a 1/4 cup of white sugar. I got a tablespoon of tamari sauce. And a little bit of sriracha or sriracha. You know, like a tablespoon, maybe that's all up to you. Get this going. And then I go ahead and add my 2 cups of tomato sauce. And we'll let that start to stew up a bit. Okay, so I like to let this cook for about 10 or 15 minutes just to kind of get rid of some of the moisture in the sauce. And I'll go ahead and add the mandarin oranges. Again, that's about 11 ounces, I think it was. And then go ahead and put in my green onions. You got a little bit of the mandarin oranges with some of that garlic. It's going to be really good. Now I'm going to go grab the cauliflower that's been baking in the oven. Okay, so as you can see, it's kind of a little bit crunchy. You know, it's nice bite-sized pieces. So I'm going to go ahead and dump this into the sauce. Now the thing is, you want to do this just before you're about ready to serve it because it does keep some of the moisture. Let's get some rice. See what this is doing. Oh, this is looking good. We'll go ahead and fluff this up. Whew, it's a little hot. Put some rice on a plate. Put that away. And we'll go ahead and get some of this. And there you go. It's like a sweet and sour chicken, but it is whole, plant-based. It is awesome, and I can't wait to taste this. The cauliflower's got a little bit of that breaded crunch. I love the garlic. You know, I just can't believe this is whole, plant-based. This is awesome. The family's gonna dig this one.
How did we get to this point of ignoring
or even buying into this Western diet. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. How did we get into the Western diet? Why did we go there? And furthermore, at this point in time, why is that being defined as the best diet?
Yeah.
Because that's where I started. We heard they had the study, the data from China. And we had all this background stuff from the laboratory. Looking at mechanisms and all that kind of stuff. Put them together. Yeah. When you see that kind of information all of a sudden come together like this.
Making the change from a Western diet to a whole plant-based lifestyle is not easy. I was able to lower my cholesterol levels to when I was in my 20s. I'm also no longer pre-diabetic.